these are budgeted.
Board members, please come to the table. The July 25th, 2019 regular meeting of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence, and the performance of the national anthem by the Institute for the Arts Orchestra under the direction of Aaron Mines.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In order to comply with Section 2.2, 3712D of the Code of Virginia, it is necessary for the Board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on July 25, 2019, and to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Board during the closed meeting. Do I have a motion? Motion made by Ms. Derenak Kofax, seconded by Mr. Moon. All those in favor? That's Ms. Evans, Mr. Wilson, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Palchik, Ms. Hines, and Ms. Strauss. Those opposed? Those abstaining? And that's Ms. Schultz. That motion carries. A few other announcements before we begin tonight's meeting. Ms. McLaughlin is absent this evening. I would also like to welcome Dr. Phyllis Pajardo, who is the Superintendent of Schools for Fairfax City. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, that information is on the table by the auditorium entrance. Tonight's agenda is also available by going to the school board on the FCPS homepage and selecting board docs under upcoming school board meetings. The meeting is also being streamed live online. Select school board from the full menu, then click on the Watch Live button on the school board meetings webpage. Please turn off or silence your cell phones. I now call on Dr. Brabrand for the introduction of our Region 3 Assistant Superintendent.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my high honor and great privilege to introduce tonight our new Region 3 Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Nardis King. Dr. King has been an experienced Fairfax County administrator for multiple years. She was a successful principal at Mount Vernon High School. She's been a successful executive principal in Region 1, and she's had outstanding experience outside of Fairfax County with Baltimore County Public Schools. It is a delight to bring her back and to have her part of the leadership team of Fairfax County Public Schools. So without further introduction, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you Dr. Nardis King, Region 3 Assistant Superintendent.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Board Chair Corbett Sanders, Vice Chair Derenak Kofax, board members, Dr. Brabrand, colleagues. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to serve as Region 3 Assistant Superintendent. It's an honor to be here this evening. I'd like to start off by thanking Mr. Douglas Tyson and the Region 1 team for embracing my journey back to Fairfax County this past year. I had a wonderful experience partnering with the principals in that region and learning every day alongside them. I'd also like to thank Dr. Phyllis Pajardo, who has served as a mentor of mine for the past several years. I feel very privileged to have been selected to serve in this capacity. Having spent the first 20 years of my career working in this region, I am excited to be returning after serving in central office leadership positions in both Fairfax County, Maryland, and Fairfax County Public Schools. I was a teacher, assistant principal, and principal in this region, and my children received their K-12 education here. I am thrilled to return home to Region 3. Region 3 has a long tradition of excellence in providing students with an exceptional education, and I look forward to building on this strong foundation and the many accomplishments of our schools, students, and staff. I will spend time in the coming weeks and months to reacquaint myself with the schools and the community. I will be observing and learning with and from administrators, teachers, parents, students, and the community. I've always learned a lot from listening to and interacting with students. Our teachers and staff members accomplish so much every school year, and I want to acknowledge that. However, there are many challenges to be addressed. My major priority is to sharpen and strengthen our focus on instructional excellence to deliver on effective teaching and learning. It is important for our students to understand that they need an education today to be prepared for the world. Our world is changing: jobs, technology, finance, communication, and society in general. Our challenge is to help our young people prepare for changes. I can't think of any work more vital to our future than developing today the young people who will become the citizens of tomorrow. As we build on this excellent work that our schools have done, we will relentlessly pursue improvement. We are moving in the right direction if we are always looking to better at what we do and who we are. I am committed to ensuring Region 3 is providing a high-quality education that supports all of our students on their journey to success. In order to achieve this goal, ensuring equity and access for all historically underserved and under-resourced students must also be a focus. We must recognize that social, emotional, behavioral, and economic factors can prevent students from reaching their true potential. In order to create an equitable playing field, our students must have access to the same opportunities regardless of their circumstances. I believe that behind every person who is successful, there's a group of people who supported them and nurtured them. Our students need role models and mentors now more than ever. Let me share a quote by Rita Pearson that has come to epitome my belief for all students. Every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists that they become the best that they can possibly be. Some of my goals for our students who feel connected to their teachers, administrators, and school, because we know that a positive school climate and school culture promotes students' ability to learn. The region leadership has made a commitment to improving the climate in our schools, ensuring that all students in the region attend schools that are physically and emotionally safe, that encourage strong interpersonal relationships within the schools, and that support all students in their efforts to achieve at high levels. Finally, I will focus on outreach to our families and community so that they can play a larger and deeper role in our schools. I happen to believe that our entire community must wrap their arms around our young people and that their education is everyone's business. Research has shown that when schools, parents, families, and communities work together to support learning, students earn higher grades, attend school more regularly, stay in school longer, and enroll in higher level programs. And that is exactly what we want for our students. We are very fortunate to have many members of some of our community partners who are doing great work in our region here tonight. And I would like them to stand and be recognized for the great work they are doing and having a positive impact on the students and community members in Region 3 and beyond. Members of the Northern Virginia chapter and the Fairfax chapters of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, members of the Psi Alpha Alpha chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, the Bernie L. Bates Foundation, the Ethiopian and Eritrean Alliance. These organizations are examples of the types of parents, community, and school partnerships we must develop to achieve our goals. I am fully committed to creating collaborative partnerships with our students and staff and to create a sense of unity and common purpose and to providing service and support to our schools as we work diligently to meet the needs of all of our students. I am excited about the new school year, its challenges and possibilities, and I look forward to working with you to assure that the students in Region 3 reach new heights, both in their personal and collective journeys. Thank you all for your dedication and support. Have a good night.
I'm going to go off script. Dr. King, I'm going to go off script because you brought so many of your supporters, and I'm going to invite them all up here to have a photo with the board. Nardis, I think that's a bit of major pride there. So now I call on Mr. Moon for a recognition of the Langley High School Class 6A State Girls Lacrosse Championship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular resolution may not have as many people as the prior one, but still as exciting though. On behalf of the Fairfax County School Board, it is my honor to recognize the outstanding achievement of the Langley High School Girls Lacrosse team. Finishing with an 18-4 record, the Langley Saxons won their first state championship title, competing against Fairfax's own Madison Warhawks in the Virginia Class 6 finals on June 8th. The Saxons came close to the title in 2018 season, going 17-1 and winning the Liberty Conference Championship, only to suffer a heartbreaking loss in the state championship. In attempting to another one for the title in 2019, the players worked extremely hard in the off-season, playing indoor box lacrosse and adding extra conditioning throughout the year, and it really paid off. Coach Bucky Morris also challenged the team to face tough opponents on their 2019 schedule in order to raise their play to a higher and more consistent level. The results are undeniable. Closing the season with a state title is an inspiring story and a source of great pride for Langley athletics and the entire FCPS community. Congratulations again to all of the players for their success and victory. We wish you all the best in your future athletic and academic endeavors. At this time, I would like to invite Principal Kimberly Greer, the coaching staff, team members, and their families to the dais for a photo with the school board.
The next order of business is citizen participation. Tonight, 10 citizens have signed up to address the board. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to not more than 3 minutes. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as capital improvement program, budget, and boundaries. Complaints regarding individual students or school-based employees should be directed to the appropriate school principal or other school official. Speakers should refrain from using personally identifiable information in connection with an individual student. Speakers are expected to deliver their comments with the decorum and respect appropriate to the conduct of the public's business. Please be mindful that there are often young children in attendance at these meetings or watching at home, so language should be appropriate for all age levels. Thank you for your cooperation, and thanks to those who have come to speak to us tonight. Our first speaker is Leanne Garahan, followed by David Hardison and Norm Hall.
Hello, my name is Leanne Garahan, and I'm a rising junior at McLean High School. My comments are about the annual charge for the Facilities Planning Advisory Council. I believe you should direct FPAC to bring you recommendations for how to reduce trailers and modulars in FCPS. I watched some of the FPAC presentation from the July 22nd meeting, and both Ms. Hogan and Mr. Hookey talked about trailers as a top concern, but the word trailer only appeared one time in the annual report they just sent you. I think that's surprising since they said it's a top concern, but they only mentioned it once in the report. I think you need lots of good ideas for how to reduce trailers, including from FPAC. I also saw Mr. Hookey say that students might not mind classes in trailers, but I can tell you that most kids at McLean High School really don't like them. Last year we had 14 trailers, and this upcoming year we will have 18 trailers, and here are some of the major problems. Because our school is so overcrowded, there are traffic jams at the doors into and out of the school to get to the trailers. This wastes a lot of time since we only have 5 minutes to get into each class, and safety can be a really big problem. Speaking of safety, fire drills, lockdown drills, and tornado drills are different when we are in trailers, and we're not quite sure if we're equally safe out there. When it rains, kids get wet on the way back and forth and have to sit through class soaking wet. Sometimes the temperature in the trailer is too hot or too cold. The heating and AC systems don't seem to work consistently. We've also had trailers that have had mold problems. So, I believe that you should direct FPAC to give you recommendations about reducing the use of trailers and modulars. On a related topic, I ask you to please decide soon on a specific plan to fix McLean's overcrowding. It may not help me and my class of 2021, but it could help the class of 23 and 24, but only if you act soon. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Dave Hardison. I have 2 sons who graduated from McLean. When my youngest graduated back in 2015, there were quite a few trailers at the school. As Leanne just told you, there are even more trailers there today. Accordingly, I'd like to discuss your proposed charge to FPAC. I suggest you task FPAC with providing input about what board members have called hotspots. In other words, discrete situations involving 1 or more schools where capacity relief is needed. One example of a hotspot, of course, is McLean. It's not the only overcrowded school in the county, but McLean's situation cries out for relief, as the problem has been brewing for years, and the board has not yet settled on any solutions, short or long-term. FCPS has known for years that McLean was on the path to major overcrowding. CIPs issued every year since 2012 have projected overcrowding, and those predictions have long since been borne out. In other words, the school's run out of space. It was 273 kids over capacity last year. It also stands to be at least 325 students over capacity this fall, and it's on track to be the most overcrowded high school in the county by 2023. Only 2 transfers into McLean were approved for the upcoming school year, by far the least in the county. While FCPS has identified solutions for other overcrowded schools, there's been no commitment to address McLean's situation, whether through a boundary change, a building addition, or both. That's been a hard pill to swallow. FCPS is planning additions at several high schools outside their normal renovation cycle, including Justice, Madison, and West Potomac. And FCPS has gone ahead recently with boundary changes at other schools, such as Jackson Middle, where we're meeting tonight. So it's time not just to identify, but also pursue solutions to the overcrowding. One option involves Langley, which sits just 3 miles away and was recently expanded. Langley now has room for over 2,300 students, but its enrollment last year was down to 1925. Langley may not be Iowa, but to borrow from Field of Dreams, if you built it, they should come. As the Tysons-McLean area continues to grow, building an addition to McLean may well also prove necessary. We were grateful that many of you acknowledged the need for a solution to the overcrowding at McLean at the work session this week. We hope this gets FPAC's attention as well. The sooner the overcrowding is addressed, the more comfortable the community will be, that McLean can again provide a safe and secure environment for its students. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Norm Hall, the Advocacy Chair of the Fairfax County Special Education PTA. As this audience of school board members, staff, and citizens likely knows, I regularly follow board meetings and work sessions where there may be substantial data relevant to and discussion about the problems with special education. 2 weeks ago, I called for a synergistic approach to combine efforts of the advisory committees on student disabilities, human resources, and minority student academic oversight. I also suggested tasks that would be completed before the end of the current school board member terms. I have completed my work on the year-end SEPTA advocacy report. My hope is that this will provide prospective volunteers, FCPS staff, and other parties concerned with special education policy and decision-making with information that I have been tracking as advocacy chair. It runs 15 pages. I hope it's short enough for the language supporting a good balance and connection between technical best practices and family involvement to resonate. And I think it is long enough to express concerns about unfinished and under-addressed topics such as the restraint and seclusion policy, staffing levels and turnover, the discipline study, disappearing displays of data on achievement gaps, and underrepresentation on stakeholder groups. I close with leftover concerns. I personally want to recommend that the ACSD look at the video where the superintendent called FCPS special education its Achilles heel during a work session on equity back on March 12, 2018. Now, I believe that was a genuine expression of empathy for frustrated special education families, but I have not seen or heard about a framework solution that specifically applies to special education, which is why I think the ACSD should hear the administration's plans that were being contemplated as true solutions to chronic system problems. I think this ACSD should investigate the decision to remove students with disabilities from the scope of the discipline study ordered by the school board in May 2018. Such a deliberate exclusion seems to me to express institutional apathy for families who have to navigate both special education processes and procedures relating to disciplinary action. Don't these families deserve the most empathy we can offer? What's the explanation for indifference? In the name of equity? This superintendent was recognized by the state PTA for his listening skills. I do think it's time for ACSD to communicate, to speak up on whatever framework is contemplated for treating the Achilles heel that shows so many symptoms of being under-resourced, in my opinion, and assess whether there is a special education empathy gap. Then, with the knowledge and a broad agreement on the path forward, we can all do our best to support the administration with implementation. Thanks, and look for my annual report.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Amanda Campbell, followed by Andrea Baer and Rick Olson.
Good evening. I am speaking tonight as an individual to the charge for the Advisory Committee for Students with Disabilities. I appreciate that the charge to the ACSD includes making recommendations designed to improve and strengthen the relationship between parents and FCPS staff and central office. When Congress last reauthorized the IDEA, it stated that, quote, almost 30 years of research and experience has demonstrated that the education of children with disabilities can be made more effective by strengthening the role and responsibility of parents and ensuring that families of such children have meaningful opportunities to participate in the education of their children at school and at home. Thank you for recommending a communication-focused charge that is broad enough to encompass the many systemic issues that have been brought to this board's attention. While I absolutely look forward to the work that the ACSD will do on this charge, I also hope that the district and the board will not wait for year-end committee reports to enact changes. The ACSD has provided this board several communication-related recommendations over the last 2 years that, as far as I can see, have not yet been implemented, such as varying the location of 2 ACSD meetings per year to increase ease of access. I do believe the ACSD Town Hall meeting that was held in May with Dr. Brabrand and central office staff in attendance was an excellent first step, and I hope to see more outreach along those lines in the next year. Another step that could and should be taken as soon as possible to rebuild trust in the system is to publicize the Restraint and Seclusion Task Force meetings. These meetings should be made open to the public and, if possible, made available online as work sessions are. The entire FCPS community deserves to know what conversations are happening around this topic so that we can provide feedback along the way and not just at the end of the task force's work. You heard testimony earlier this summer regarding the problems that a lack of communication causes with extended school year. A good friend of mine recently shared with me that her son's ESY teacher approached her on the Monday of the 3rd week of ESY to tell my friend that the teacher had never received his IEP, didn't know his goals, and didn't know how to teach him. These are communication issues that cannot wait for a year-end ACSD report. They must be addressed before ESY next year. On a related note, I was also disappointed to learn that the Family Engagement Survey could not be disaggregated for special education families. Such data would have been quite useful to the ACSD given this charge. While I understand the point that further demographic information could have alienated people from taking the survey, I feel like this is another moment where the voice of special education families gets lost in the crowd. For example, looking at the results for the school offers appropriate resources to support my child's growth and learning, 15% of the total responses fall under disagree or strongly disagree. Out of just the approximately 29,000 that took the survey, that represents about 4,350 people that disagree or strongly disagree. How many of those families are special ed families? How could just that one piece of disaggregated data help FCPS to further identify inconsistencies in special education implementation and then communicate that to parents? I hope that there is a plan to address this. Thank you.
Good evening. With regard to the FCPS calendar, I am amazed how this board year after year chooses the summer months in which to discuss and vote on some of the most controversial issues involving our schools and community. For example, in July of 2016, this board voted to adopt the One Fairfax Resolution, which is an intentionally ambiguous policy based on undefinable terms that gives authoritarian rule to both the school board and the Board of Supervisors. Thus, a more appropriate name might be One Agenda, especially since One Fairfax is not original or organic to Fairfax, meaning there's a One Tucson, a One Annapolis, etc., and they all have the same agenda. Also in July of 2016, this board created a Jeb Stuart High School renaming working group, and in July of 2017, this board formulated how Jeb Stuart would be renamed. Did the community or students want a name change? No. Who initiated the change? Special interest groups. Who then fought against the change? The community and the students. Who won? The special interest groups. Who ultimately paid for it? The taxpayers. Then last year in 2018, right after school ended, this board adopted several highly controversial changes to its family life education program, despite receiving massive community input expressing outrage. Also last summer, this board adopted a new school resource officer MOU that significantly impacted the roles and responsibilities of SROs in our schools. And earlier in 2018, this board rewrote and posted on Facebook new policy that allowed our students to walk out of their schools to protest the Parkland shooting. So here we are in July of 2019, and this board has again tried to fly under the public's radar and radically rewrite policy on school boundaries. But this time, our public woke up. Now I actually think what happened on Monday evening was a gift. By delaying the boundary discussion, citizens got to witness 3 presentations. First was a vague presentation by the Facilities Planning Advisory Council, followed by a highly detailed and informative presentation of the CPDC. Then during the school boundary discussion, the public saw how this board can dance around issues by citing any variety of authoritative studies and best practices. What was clear was the extent to which this board neglects and relegates its actual duties. Another example is how this board regularly neglects to oversee and/or question any changes made to FCPS curricula or even curriculum materials being considered for purchase. I must say that after personally taking the time to do so myself, this board should realize it doesn't take an education specialist to identify some glaring problems. In sum, it's unwise for this board to consider massive boundary changes, 6 additional school names, expensive one-to-one student technology, free feminine products, or any other unnecessary agenda items until this board can adequately address and prioritize meeting the basic needs of our students structurally and academically. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baer.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Braband. My name is Rick Olson. I have 3 children in the Fairfax County Schools, and the oldest will be entering, is a 4th grader at Chesterbrook Elementary. She'll be a freshman at McLean High School in the year 24-25 school year. So I'm here to speak about the overcrowding at McLean High School. I appreciate your time. A few months ago, when I was made aware of the issue, I reviewed the capital improvement plan and was disheartened to learn that the school is currently at 118% capacity, requiring 18 trailers. 4 of them, as one of the students noted, were added this summer. This summer, they also removed lockers in one of the hallways. According to press reports, the lockers were removed in order to make it easier to maneuver through the hallways. Effectively, and many of the students, because of this inability to move the hallways, are effectively late most of the times, many times to school. More troubling, the CIP predicts that the school will be operating at nearly 130% capacity by the time my daughter arrives there, and nowhere in the CIP is there a plan to address the problem. How many more trailers will we expect to need by then? How many more lockers are going to have to be removed? I recognize there are no easy solutions. I also know that solutions take time, and every time the school board delays actions, another class of students will suffer and are put at a risk from inadequate safety and security measures in the trailers. I attended Monday night's work session and was pleased that several board members specifically called out the overcrowding at McLean, and I assume it will therefore make it to Dr. Braband's wonderful hotspot list that he's been tasked with creating. My concern is that minor boundary adjustment that's being contemplated is really helpful, and I hope it gets implemented expeditiously. It is merely, though, a quick fix at reducing the overcrowding problem for the short term. I urge the school board to not only implement this minor boundary adjustment as soon as it possibly can, but follow up that action with a long-term solution to ensure McLean High School is a safe and secure environment with all the appropriate school tools so students can get the most from their time there. I thank you for your time and look forward to working with you over the coming days. Thank you.
Vincent Xavier Palathingo, Stephanie Huey, and Laura Timmons.
Good evening. Today, I will be speaking about the huge achievement gap that currently exists between different school boundaries in FCPS. And I will offer a new direction of thought, a direction that I believe has the potential to effectively address this issue. I understand that you too are frustrated, as the people of this county are, about the lack of results for decades of your hard work. However, your renewed focus on boundary changes and school redistricting based on a phony and utopian idea named One Fairfax will not fix this problem. It's going to lead us to more chaos, confusion, and eventually a failed public school system in Fairfax County. We can do better than that if we work together, setting aside politics and ignore special interests. Fairfax County has a significant percentage of recent immigrants, and FCPS is full of their children. These are people who came with limited English proficiency and no perceived privilege of any sort. They are from all over the place, starting from China, Korea, Vietnam, India, Pakistan, Philippines, Bangladesh, Egypt, Ethiopia, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Argentina, among others. Asian Americans alone being over 20% in the county I would think that all these immigrant groups combined constitute about 25 to 30% of county population. Children from these immigrant communities are doing exceedingly well. The most obvious reason for their success are high expectation from families and extreme hard work. But there is one additional thing that is very common to these high-achieving immigrant groups. Even when they are not rich, they send their children to supplemental private education in addition to FCPS schools by spending thousands of dollars every year. These centers use direct instruction methods at the elementary level in contrast to inquiry-based learning FCPS currently use. Such methods for teaching arithmetic and phonics-based reading instructions with adequate drill will benefit all students. Apparently, that is working for immigrants, then why not we incorporate some of the same techniques and methods into FCPSs so that all of our children can benefit. It's time to think out of the box. First, make educational opportunities same for all students, then we will automatically bring equity in results. In this context, I request you to cancel your proposal to engage a company to facilitate the boundary change discussion. Instead, reinstate the chief academic officer position you eliminated and entrust that office to initiate and incentivize
Mr. Palathingo,
online
thank
survey.
you very much for your time tonight. We have a 3-minute rule.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Because of the accent, I have to really slow down, so,
We
that's okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Huey,
Good
followed by
afternoon,
Laura
board
Timmons
members.
and Priscilla DeStefano.
Good afternoon, board members.
DeStefano.
Thank you for this opportunity to come before you and to express my concerns. I'm Dr. Stephanie Huey. I sent several packages to you during my illness. I couldn't come before you and speak because I had been traumatized. Traumatized. I couldn't even verbalize my words. So I took family medical leave. Dr. Braybrand, I notified you of what was going on with me. I notified you guys what was going on with me. I didn't come for show, form, or fashion. I came dressed in my ministerial attire. I don't lie, I don't steal, and I've never, ever hurt anybody. I've been teaching 19 years. What drew me to Fairfax County Public School is the kindness I was shown by Donna Cheatham. I believe that's the person's name. She's no longer with you. She went to work for Alexandra City. But because of their loving kindness that they showed me in 2017, I came on board with the Fairfax County family. I taught those children at West Potomac. I gave them my love. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays and tutored those children. My students' district assessment scores was above the district, 67%, whereas the district was 63%. I've been teaching 19 years, and whatever they told you about me was a lie. My mother beat the lying out of me when I was a little girl, so I don't lie, I don't steal, and I don't kill. But you hurt me. I came to let you know you hurt me, Dr. Braybrand. You took my job while I was on family medical leave. You took my income. You took my medical insurance while I was on family medical leave. Now, I do have 5 degrees, and I can read, and I can write, and I can understand and comprehend. I know you broke the law. When a person takes family medical leave, you cannot fire that person. You cannot take their insurance from them, but you did that to me. You recommended for the board members to non-renew my contract. Why? Why couldn't you give me an opportunity to come and talk to you face to face when I could talk? I told you I couldn't talk. I told you I couldn't talk. Right now, the Lord has given me strength to come before you and talk to you. You don't treat people the way you treated me. I sent every last one of you a copy. I got out of my bed and brought it sick to every last one of you for you to read what they had done to me. They traumatized me for 2 years. On-the-job harassment. Nobody should have had to experience that. My children came and told me what was going on. I gave you the letters that the kids had sent to me and written. But you ignored all of that. Why? What did I do to deserve this? So I ask you to reconsider. Let the Lord lead your
Thank
hearts.
you. Laura Timmons, followed by Priscilla DiStefano.
My name is Laura Timmons, and I've lived in Great Falls since 2013. I have 2 children currently enrolled in the Fairfax County Public Schools. I am upset at the superintendent and the school board's joint mismanagement of our school facilities and the preoccupation with social engineering as a solution that will mask the real problems within our school system rather than addressing them and delay the much-needed capacity relief throughout the county. The fact that you would push a significant change to our boundary approach mere months before all of you are either retiring or facing re-election is questionable at best. The school board every day should be asking themselves, how am I going to get the children of Fairfax County out of the unsafe environment of trailers and modulars? But instead, for the last 14 to 18 months, you have chosen to pontificate on one Fairfax in the equity lens. Our Drainsville representative has done nothing to give relief to the overcrowding at McLean, but has instead supported the inaction while discussing boundary policy to follow the equity lens. We all saw your comment about having warned your Langley parents, sorry, big chunk is being rebounded, during a June 28, 2018 school board meeting. After FIOing several material regarding boundaries, I was shocked to learn that not one boundary study has been done for McLean High School since 1994. I beg you to identify and address current hot spots of overcapacity now and stop this ridiculous attempt to manipulate our schools to reflect your idea of social justice. Do not waste our tax dollars on outside consultants to blame. Don't waste our resources on social reengineering experience justified by weak, outdated, cherry-picked, and proxy research with no acknowledgement of the inherent downsides. I am sure you're familiar with the Amanda Ripley's book, The Smartest Kids in the World. The reason Fairfax County was listed as one of the only U.S. school districts getting education right is because we focused on academic rigor and teacher quality. Research shows that is the only way to ensure kids, regardless of their socioeconomic background, develop critical thinking skills that they must possess for success in college and indeed life. This school board is losing its way. You are falling into a trap that has broken so many school systems. You need to do the hard work of a school board. Fix the problems in low-performing schools so that all students have access to a world-class education within their community. Don't bet on our high school students to do your job by simply attending a different school and magically making everyone's test scores and learning experience better. This makes absolutely no sense. This is not complicated. You are making it so. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Priscilla DiStefano, and I'm the mother of 2 current FCPS students. One is a rising 6th grader, and the other is enrolled in Fairfax County preschool program for children with special needs this fall. This week, I attended some transitional seminars to understand what it's going to be like once my child is enrolled in FCPS. And it's interesting because it coincides with the same week where we finally found out what equity means to the school board, which is fair and just. And so this was in the back of my head as I was learning what it's going to be like for my son this fall. And I learned that my son, who has a communication delay, will not have access to a speech therapist. The other children who were attending, who are not walking, who have gross motor delays, who have Down syndrome, they will not have access to an occupational therapist, to a physical therapist, until they go through yet another process, another evaluation, and then this county deems them worthy of receiving these services. So for a county that spends over $3 billion a year on their students in Fairfax County, why are they not receiving the adequate resources that is necessary for them to succeed in Fairfax County, one of the richest counties in the country? You talk about equity all the time, but what does that actually mean to you? It means changing the letters on the building of a school that our children attend, not actually helping them to succeed in every way possible for them. And so I ask you today to stop using equity to push your own personal partisan agendas, but actually do what it means and make sure that all of the children in Fairfax County have a fair and just education. Thank you.
So before I go to the next next agenda item, I want to welcome and recognize Nicholas Brunson from Troop 1145. He's working on his citizenship in the community badge. Nicholas, thanks for being here tonight. We really appreciate you being here and are just thrilled that you're focusing on citizenship. This is the portion of the agenda of the meeting where the board will confirm any action regarding issues that were discussed in the closed meeting. Board members have discussed each individual item, and at this time will make several motions to confirm, actually a single motion, to confirm the recommended action. I call on Mr. Moon for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the chairman of the school board be authorized to execute on behalf of the board contracts for members of the leadership team as discussed in closed meeting.
I second the motion.
All those in favor? And that is unanimous. I call on Ms. Hines for a second motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the school board authorize the settlement of the case BD versus school board according to the terms and conditions discussed with division counsel in closed session. I second the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Strout. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. The motion carries. I now call on Ms. Palchik for a motion on the school year 2020 to 2021 standard school year calendar.
I move to adopt version 3B of the 2020-2021 standard school year calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Evans. Ms. Palchik, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'd be happy to. No, oh, there we go. Thank you for pulling it up. A committee was assembled for a second consecutive year to assist in the development of the calendar. The committee was composed of representatives from a variety of internal and external constituent groups, which included community faith organization representatives, teachers, employees, principal association representatives, along with central office staff. The 2020-2021 standard school year calendar was developed with a focus on instruction and learning time for students. While teaching and learning were the priority, a multitude of factors were considered and balanced during the development of the calendar. A calendar survey was administered to families and employees from May 13th to the 23rd of 2019. The survey collected feedback from participants on their overall preferences related to the student calendar and preferences between version 1 or 2 for the 2020-21 calendar. And this final version 3B is very similar to the final calendar that was sent out. I did want to point out that this has been quite a challenging calendar, and we, number one, are trying to accommodate letting our community and families know with ample time for the following year, not this coming year, this is for 2020-21. We do have a very late Labor Day, the second week of September, as well as a new Virginia law requiring that in order to begin before Labor Day, we must also have a holiday on the Friday before Labor Day, as well as Labor Day, in addition to the need and the desire to balance our quarters and semesters. This does provide this updated calendar 3B, I believe in 90 days, both for the first semester as well as the second semester. It means that the first day of school for students is now Tuesday, August 25th, and the last day of the school year is Friday, June 11th. It does provide a 3-day Thanksgiving break from November 25th to the 27th, as well as winter break for students for the 2 weeks from December 21st to January 1st. Both of those things were found to be very popular in the community outreach and the surveys to the community. As well, spring break is scheduled from March 29th through April 2nd, as the survey did show that the community asked us to continue our current practice of having the shifting spring break through, from year to year. And then finally, on July 3rd, when the third version was shared with the community, it was brought back and we worked with our board members. There's no perfect calendar, but we do hope that this calendar does address as many of the desires and requirements possible for a calendar that both satisfies the need to have ample professional development time and teacher work time for our staff, as well as addressing the needs of our students in our classrooms. And we do believe that this is the option that will best meet those learning needs, as well as the professional learning for our instructional staff. And I will let Ms. Evans add any additional comments for this.
Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, just briefly. I think Ms. Palchik has summarized this very well, so thank you, Ms. Palchik. I do think this, while calendars are difficult, and we have had considerable conversation with a stakeholders group and at work sessions of the board and through surveys and comments, we have tried to meet both the academic needs of our students and the requirements, as well as the preferences of the community. I think that it was clear from the survey, to the extent our surveys reflect, the overwhelming view was that there should be a 2-week winter break. That was high on everyone's list of those that answered the survey, as well as ending the school year no later than the second week in June. That was important to families as well as that Wednesday before Thanksgiving. That was very popular among both families and teachers to provide that as a full day off. We've tried very hard in this to keep the instructional flow so we don't have too many weeks that are broken up and chopped up. So you see several 4-day weeks, but a lot of 5-day weeks, and that's what we like to see. So I do think that this strikes the right balance. We did do some refiguring to rebalance the second quarter and the third quarter between the last round and this round. So that's why you see January looks a little bit different. So I fully support this calendar. I think it is an excellent calendar, and we have put a lot of work into it. I did want to raise one issue before we move on. We did receive some comments about the timing of the SOLs, and I did follow up with Dr. Brabrand and Dr. Presidio about this. One of the rationales for starting Labor Day, starting school before Labor Day, was to have as much instructional time before the high-stakes testing. The answer I received, and I'm going to direct this question to you, Dr. Brabrand, and whether someone else on staff has more details, I don't know. But in our back and forth, we had talked about if the SOLs, we simply back it up from the last day of school and then create our SOL testing time, we don't really then gain more instructional time if we do it that way. So I was hoping that in looking at this calendar, we could find more time in the 2021 school year to make sure that we have as much instructional time as possible before the SOLs. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that because it has been raised by community members.
Well, thank you, Ms. Evans. And you know, I think part of the confusion that happens sometimes, it's the clarity of the question. I wasn't here 2 years ago when the original discussion about pre-Labor Day start. When I heard the original question a few months ago or a few weeks ago when we had it, it was about did we move up the SOL calendar. We didn't move it up. We didn't move it back. We've kept it the same. It's been fixed from the last day of school. I have asked Dr. Presidio and his testing team to look to see if we could start to narrow that window from the last day of school for SOL testing. And I hope to have some updates on that. And we have some time with this calendar to do that. And if there were things that we can do even for this year, that we could and would. It is still important to recognize that actually our SOL footprint from the state is continuing to be reduced year by year. Our high school kids now coming in their freshman year, I think starting last year, will actually will face less SOL testing than they ever did before. And over the last few years, we've removed some SOL tests from middle and elementary. It's never going to be completely eliminated, but the balance of SOLs on our overall testing is shrinking. We still have a large number of tests, AP tests, IB tests, that are administered based on national dates that we can't change. So opening before Labor Day lets us have more time. Some of the folks I know you've heard from, including the advisory committee about advanced academics, is some of our kids are just crushed with the workload and homework load because our teachers are still trying to jam in as much curriculum content before those national tests. So overall, as superintendent, I remain supportive of a calendar that gives us as much time before those national tests and national assessments as possible. And we will look with staff about whether we can shrink the time from the last day of school for the SOL testing window. There are some other testing windows that the state gives school divisions to begin testing. We need to see whether we can offer a more efficient SOL testing process. And it's balancing that with the opportunity for kids who might not pass the SOL on the first time to be able to have intervention and retake the SOL. And retakes for elementary, middle, and high school were introduced just a few years ago and really helped some of our kids who are just on the cusp of passing a test and don't pass on one day, but with a little help and a little extra support pass the following time. So I know that's a long answer, but the bottom line is we're looking whether we can shrink that SOL testing window. It's been standard to whatever the last day is, but I continue to support opening as much before Labor Day as we can to allow kids to have more time for curriculum for national tests like AP and IB.
Well, I appreciate that, Dr. Brabrand, and particularly the AP and IB exams. That is important to get as much instructional time before those exams. And I am very glad that you're going to be revisiting the SOL window. I do realize we do need to have time for retests for those students that need it, but to the extent that we can get more instructional time before those tests, I think that is something that we've provided an opportunity here. So thank you for looking
Understood.
into that. I'll look forward to your report on that.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. For those who are in the audience as well as watching from home, I do want people to understand that the calendar we're looking at is actually the amended draft version 3B SB. And it's up in the title is in the upper right-hand corner. I had a question from one of my colleagues on the board that they wanted this to be clarified, and it makes absolute sense that we should be clarifying that. Before we go on to further discussion of the calendar, I have a late-breaking amendment from Ms. Schultz, who has just texted me or sent a note saying she would like to introduce an amendment.
Yes, and I apologize to my colleagues that, I mean, this is not going to be a surprise. I was back and forth with taking the temperature with my colleagues in the past. We have talked about different versions of this calendar. We had 1, 2, and 3. I actually thank staff. I actually spent time talking to Michael Drager and Dr. Brabrand about the version that is almost on the table. I had a slightly different second quarter end in January. This is much cleaner, I think, and adopted many of the changes that I wanted. It did not, however, adopt one of the changes that I wanted. And I've just heard from, in the last couple of days, I've heard from more parents, not necessarily employees, about the start on the Tuesday, and that they didn't like the start on the Wednesday, which was the midweek start, which we had originally offered. You know what, I guess I'll make the motion and then I'll talk about it because I'm already talking about the motion without making it. I move to amend the motion by starting the school calendar on Monday, August 25th, and changing Wednesday, November 11th to a student holiday.
Would you repeat that? I had somebody asking.
Right. I move to amend the motion for the calendar by starting the school year on Monday, August 25th, and changing Wednesday, November 11th to a student holiday, which is Veterans Day.
I believe that's August 24th. Somebody keeps.
24th, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was looking from here.
Okay. And is there a second for your motion, Ms. Schultz? Seconded by Mr. Wilson. Ms. Schultz, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'll continue. So one of the advantages of the many changes that we got to amending this version as opposed to the previous three that I had talked to Mr. Drager and Dr. Brabrand about was reducing the number of weeks in the calendar that were not full weeks. And this calendar does that predominantly. We get away from the 3-day weeks or even the 2-day weeks, 2.5-day weeks. And the more full weeks there are, unfortunately, we're in a community where you have a lot of dual working families, dual parent working families, or single parent families. And if you can get 4- and 5-day weeks, that they are much happier with that because they don't have to have one-offs. And the Monday one-off was not well received by parents. And everybody on this board knows that for 8 years, I have advocated that Veterans Day be recognized as the only federal holiday that is not recognized on our school calendar. I am consistent in that, but this actually does two things. It gets Veterans Day recognized, and it helps families by having a full work week that week instead of having to come up with an alternative care for that Monday. And I believe that it just is more consistent. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, would you like to speak to your second?
Just briefly, Madam Chair. I think that Ms. Schultz articulated well the benefits of this change, but I particularly want to underscore the long-awaited holiday in recognition of Veterans Day. That's been overdue for a long time, and I appreciate her bringing this up, even though it is at the table here.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I have Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Ms. Strauss.
I just have one question, Dr. Brabrand. With moving the start date back to that Monday, I think you have that Monday as a teacher work day. I'd just like to hear from staff as to, I know what the painstaking process has been. What does that do in terms of what you're trying to accomplish, Dr. Brabrand?
Yeah, you know, the one thing about doing amendments late, where I'm going to have to kind of wing it a little with staff and think out loud, but I guess that's okay if you all don't mind. Mr. Drager, I know we would lose, or we would move the workday currently that's there on that Monday to that day in November. That could be one possibility.
That could be one option.
Right. And before you, let me stay with you on something. I also believe there is a follow-on motion that hasn't come up yet from Ms. Evans that is going to be directing me to look at the calendar for time to participate in family engagement strategies like home visits and touching bases. So that could be a work day for teachers, and potentially on that work day if we wanted to do some sort of family engagement. That could be something, again, I don't know yet. It's too early to really say. It could be a work day now for the calendar, and if we chose to do things at that teacher workday that involve parents, we certainly could. Is that correct?
You could, and I was just going to add that in version 1, that additional teacher workday kind of fell on the front end of everything, so it was falling on Thursday, August 13th, and you had 2 teacher workdays that week, that second week of August in that version.
So, Mr. Drager, I guess the long and short of it is, if that amendment were to pass, the workday simply moves from that Monday to that date in November. Is that correct?
It could move to the November date as that student holiday date, or it could be put somewhere else on the front end.
Oh, it could move back in August.
Yes.
As an additional day before
Yep.
school starts. Okay.
So just to clarify, it would be, I'm just clarifying, because I did not include the teacher workday. It would be the version 1 of the calendar for the teacher workday that you would have. The 13th would be a dual teacher workday and new teacher day. So it would be, no, the.
Okay, Ms. Schultz, what is your amendment? Your amendment currently has us starting the day early on August 24th, but you actually have Veterans Day as a full holiday.
As a full holiday.
So you're not calling for a teacher workday on Veterans
No,
Day?
no. What they're saying is the 24th, on the 24th, it would move to the 13th, like calendar 1.
2 days.
The teacher workday on Monday, August 24th, would be the same as calendar 1, would be on Thursday, August 13th.
So, just so I understand, sorry.
Go back to our rules of order.
Well, I was talking to Dr. Braybrand, and then she started talking.
Okay.
So you let me know
Ms.
when I
Keyes,
can talk.
Okay. I will let you continue on, and then I'm going to have Ms. Strauss, unless he stepped away from
Oh, there he is. Okay. I just want to make sure I understand before we vote, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
That would be greatly appreciated, Ms. Keyes.
Okay, and Ms. Schultz, I may need you to clarify if I'm saying it correctly, but it looks as though you'll start school on the 24th. You'll move that. I think you're saying that the 20, I can't see that number, is that 20, Friday is a teacher work day. You're saying the Thursday prior to that would be both a professional development and a teacher work day?
Thursday the 13th.
Thursday the 13th.
Which is the way it was in calendar 1.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Strauss?
I guess I understand you have advocacy for November 11th. I am back to the teacher preparation and whether or not, because we have new teacher orientation, which is very important, and teacher work days, professional development, and we have agreements with the teachers as to how much is, this stuff is planned a year in advance. Because the curriculum preparation, the staff development, and the preparation of their classrooms is critical for the teachers to be ready to receive the children. And I guess it goes back to, will this work for the teachers? And I know on paper it looks fine, but I need to know in reality, does this make sense for instructional preparedness so that we're actually ready to open school? And getting this at the last minute makes it a little difficult to understand because the teachers care deeply about how well they are prepared for when the children come. These days are negotiated and planned, and huge agreement with all of the teachers. There are 15,000 plus classroom teachers as to their contract time for preparation for school. So that's my question, and I don't know that I have a clear enough answer.
Okay. Ms. Evans?
Yes, thank you. I think Mrs. Strauss was looking at the same concern I have. We would then require our teachers to come in a day early. I believe, Dr. Brabrand, the Friday, the 14th, that's in the current version of the calendar, isn't that a potential work from home day as
Yes,
well?
that's correct.
So if we move back, then the potential work from home day would be Thursday the 13th, and then teachers would have to come in on that Friday, because we wouldn't do 2 in a row. And I think that was one of the issues some of us had with version 1. I mean, this is similar to what was in version 1, which included the November 11th as a holiday. I'm concerned about moving the start for teachers back by a day and not allowing them to have their work from home day on the Friday. Personally, I like the system that we've had for as long back as anyone can remember. That Veterans Day is a day where we ask our teachers and our administrators and our students to discuss and honor veterans at school and have educational programs at school. Just as a practical matter, I think it also, in this particular calendar, this means that we have a 3-day week. We would have 2 days, a holiday, 2 days, and only one regular week, one regular 5-day week in all of November, and then have 2 days before the Thanksgiving holiday. So as much as I understand the advocacy for it, I'm not going to support it.
I have Mr. McElveen, Ms. Derenak-Kofax, and Dr. Brabrand. Do you want to provide a comment first, Dr. Brabrand, or are you?
I had.
Okay, great, thank you. So, Mr. McElveen?
Thank you. So, of course, board members are well within their rights to bring motions at the table, but I think as the display here shows, it's very unfair to board staff and community members who have had no way to engage on the proposal that has been put forward. So I think that leaves a number of us up here a little stupefied as to what actually are the domino effects of making this change. I do think this pushes folks into the first week in August. I don't think our new teacher population would appreciate that. Just as I think, to begin with, our current teacher population is not going to be particularly happy with starting any earlier than they already are. So I do have concerns with this, and I think, as we've discussed in prior years, when we've also had to discuss this proposal at the table without much foresight, this is a very difficult thing.
Ms. Derenak-Kofax.
Thank you. I do have a question, so I understand this completely, Dr. Brabrand. So if we did what Ms. Schultz is proposing, that means on Thursday, the 13th, new teachers would have orientation, but they would actually, in essence, lose a workday, a teacher workday, because they can't have new teacher orientation and a teacher workday on the same day, correct?
I think the way I'd say it, the new teachers would still be coming in.
Right.
The first day now would be Thursday. That Thursday would be sort of the flex day, work from home day. So some could be in with new teachers. Our returning staff could be in that same day with new teachers. Schools do programs for new teachers over those days. So some returning staff could be coming in, but not all staff would necessarily come in on that Thursday.
But Friday then, instead of being a work from home day, would have to be a come-in day.
Friday, as we've currently constructed it, would be a day where all staff members would be asked to report.
As this amendment constructs it.
As we have done the calendar, the second day, The second day, whether it's a PD day or teacher work day, has been a requirement for our staff to come in. Our rotation has only been on the very first day of our option to work from home has only been offered on the first day of the employee
On
calendar.
the first day. So what I'm saying is if we did this, then they would have to come in on a Friday, according to
As
this
we
amendment.
currently do it, unless
Yes.
I would change procedures
Yes,
to come up with something
But otherwise,
else.
the way this one is, the way the original 3BS was, 3B, sorry, 3B was constructed, that would not happen, that would not occur.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moon.
Just for further clarification on the differences between what Mrs. Schultz is proposing versus the main motion. Starting on Monday is a good thing, but on the teachers, new teachers, when I see on the calendar up there with in green blocks, new teachers, how long is the Great Beginnings?
So can we just put up calendar 1? Because it's just the beginning of the year for calendar 1.
Ms. Schultz, if
Great,
I promise
Great
I'll give you
Beginnings
an
is a 3-day
opportunity.
program. And then the fourth day, the teachers return to the base school
Okay,
to set up their classroom.
to set up the classroom. So new teachers who are coming in, 4 days earlier than, I'm looking at this 3B, version 3B is up there. 3B, new teachers come in 4 days earlier than regular teachers, and then they get paid for those 4 additional days, correct?
That's correct.
But if you make it August 13th, new teachers and also teacher workday, overall, these new teachers will be losing 1 day of their work.
No,
Because
we wanted to have, new teachers would still be coming in the same amount of time. It's on that last day where right now they're setting up their classrooms and they're sort of to themselves. Many employees, though it would still be, again, that very first day for returning employees would be optional to work from home. Other employees would be coming in on that last day while new teachers are setting up their classrooms. That's what would happen. And on the Friday,
Hold on a second. I'm looking at 3B. New teachers will be working 4 more days than regular teachers, correct?
That's correct.
If we go to, I guess, 1B, which sounds like Mrs. Schultz's proposal, is a 1B, is that new teachers will now be working 3 days more than.
No, if you look at that 1B calendar, it's a hybrid day. New teachers come in and still get their 4th day, and it is the first day of returning employees to work.
I get that.
Who have an option to stay home on that first day.
And I think the clarification is that those new teachers would be paid, but they would not receive that additional day of pay because.
So they get 1 less compared to 3B. 1B will result in new teachers getting 1 day less pay.
1 day less.
Pay. Yeah,
yes.
that's what I thought.
They'll still get paid, but they would receive one less
day
day
less. Yeah, those two.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify the difference for new teachers will be under 1B, they'll get 1 day less pay. Okay.
That is correct.
I am sorry that this came in at the very last minute, among other reasons that I don't want to penalize, in a sense, new teachers in getting a 1 less day of a pay and do 1 day less day of work, which they probably need as a brand new teachers to Fairfax County Public School System. And I also intend on supporting follow-on motion from Ms. Evans a little bit later on, which will basically encouraging superintendent to find a way for our teachers to do home visits during the month of August when they come in. And having a one additional day, even for new teachers or other teachers, will be beneficial.
Ms. Palchik?
Sir, Mr. Moon, would you mind repeating that last thing you said? I was trying to. Your final comment on that.
Final comment on
I
the
missed, yeah.
home visit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm intending on supporting Ms. Evans and I guess your advocacy as well, coming in as a follow-on motion for superintendent to find a way to encourage our teachers over summer, try to do home visits if that's feasible. Having more time during that 2-week break for our teachers will help us be able to achieve that a little better.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Like I said, and we've had this conversation, Ms. Schultz, I think this is a tricky one, and I guess one of my bigger concerns, and originally there did not seem to be support for this, including from the seconder of the motion, so I would love to hear his thoughts as well as the change in opinion on this, is that number one, in November, we will now have only one full 5-day week of school with this change. So that to me, it's just concerning. And having the conversations about midweek versus beginning of week start, I've heard both ways, and I've heard some parents who say, well, since we're starting what feels quite early, they appreciate having that extra 4-day weekend. So this is kind of how we came to the one we're on. I also am concerned that that it does minimize the amount of time, especially for new teachers and for our staff, to have ample time to prepare before the beginning of the school year. And one of the things I've heard, and both I believe Columbus Day and Veterans Day of the holidays had the least support for having that day off. I think we felt as a board, Columbus Day, whether or not we like the way it's named, does provide at least one day off in October, which before was not there. So we did bring that back, that Columbus Day, and then Veterans Day, I believe from the survey, had kind of similar support. And one of the things being that even though it is a federal holiday, that there's still many people and many businesses who do not observe that, and so many people do not have that day off. And it's also a rotating holiday, which just makes it challenging. So it's, and that either we could say we're honoring it by having the day off, or as many of our schools do, honor it by having it be a time for celebration. And here we were doing what felt like a compromise of an early release day. So I think my biggest concern still now is about that professional development time and being able to have the ability for teachers to prepare and to do those home visits. So, I'm not leaning towards supporting it, but I think if there's a way that we feel that can be created at the beginning of the school year, it is unfortunate this is coming so late. We have been having this conversation, and it's a little bit hard to make that decision at the table without that information. So that's just where I am. I appreciate you bringing it. I wish we had been able to have that conversation earlier.
Thank you, Ms. Palchik. I actually have a question for Dr. Brabrand or somebody else, because I have had extensive conversations with you, Ms. Schultz, about Veterans Day, and I had actually thought you might put forth a different amendment, which would have returned to having a half day on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving and giving that full day on Veterans Day, because that's, I think, one of the options that you and I had talked about. My concern about this is that I don't understand the fiscal impact of creating another day of employees coming in for professional development the week before they are now. And so you would do the teacher workday on the Thursday, which would be flexible, and on Friday you would have additional professional development. Or another, but my concern is, does that mean we're adding an additional piece? And so what are you doing on that Friday? It's just a teacher workday.
Look, it's very simple. It's moving the teacher workday from Monday, the 24th, to Thursday, the 13th.
Okay.
It's
No,
that
I
simple.
understand it's very simple from a graphics point of view on this calendar. What I'm concerned about is actually the impact on our teachers, because a few years ago when we talked about starting school for our teachers early for their teacher work days and professional development and having a truncated week, every time we do that, it forces teachers who may have summer employment to not be able to have that full week of employment in their other jobs. And that was one of the reasons why, with the teacher workday as it is currently calendared, the flexibility for teachers to work from home or go in over the weekend to set up their classrooms. And so I understand where you're going, and I do support having Veterans Day off. You and I have talked about that. That's one of the reasons why we actually added it to the survey. But this late change, I am concerned about the impact on our teachers who have summer employment. And I don't know if we have an estimate of how many of our teachers actually do work over the summer and work jobs that require them to be the full week. But I know that when I first came on the board, I received significant amounts of emails and phone calls regarding having them have to give up a week of employment elsewhere. So Dr. Nixon or Dr. Brabrand, do either one of you know what percentage of our employees actually work over the summer?
We don't have that information available tonight. I'm not aware of it.
We don't ask our employees to disclose their summer employment. We don't track it.
So I a go back for both Ms. Schultz and Mr. Wilson. Anybody else? Oh, and Ms. Keys-Gamarra. So Ms. Schultz?
Yeah, the befuddlement of my colleagues is befuddling to me. It's literally one of the calendars. Can we please put up calendar 1? It's literally one of the calendars we've been talking about all along. It's not a surprise. It's not something different. Teachers aren't losing anything. It is literally the beginning. It is the August and the November of the first calendar. That's all it is. It is just taking that option. The reason I did not do, although we have not historically given 3 days of holiday to employees for Thanksgiving, I understand people appreciate the time to travel. And when we had a half day on the Wednesday, that's what made the most sense. This is a matter of convenience to 28,000 full-time and 13 to 15,000 part-time employees, and I get it. That has nothing to do with what this discussion is that it's merely moving the teacher workday from the Monday and starting school and having a full week of school for children coming back. That's great for kids, it's great for families, it's great for employees. It's just the Thursday. The new teachers are not affected at all. It has nothing to do with the new teachers. They still have the same 4 days. The teacher workday as manifested in that first calendar. And finally acknowledging in a county that has probably one of the highest, if not the highest, federal employee residents, as well as one of the highest, if not the highest, ratio of veterans in our county. We don't have any of this without what the veterans have done for us. And the notion, and it is a false flag to say that children can't learn about Veterans Day unless they're in school, unless you apply that to every other holiday. And if we're going to give up President's Day so children can learn about presidents, and we're going to give up Columbus Day, and we're going to give up Martin Luther King Day because children can't learn about Martin Luther King unless they're in school, then we have an even playing field. We have federal holidays on our calendar, and the only one we consistently refuse to acknowledge is Veterans Day. It's not the most convenient, the fact that it happens on November 11th. There are significant historical reasons for that I won't go into tonight, but if people understand Armistice Day and their history, this is when it is. It doesn't move, and so it might be inconvenient. I'm pretty sure that what the veterans did to get to a Veterans Day is far more inconvenient to give us the blanket of liberty under which we're having this conversation. It's not hard. It's an easy switch. It's just taking an aspect of a previous calendar. Everybody can make it more convoluted than it is. I could point to endless conversations that we've had where amendments have occurred at the table by other colleagues on a variety of matters that have taken an extraordinarily long time, that are new and unfamiliar topics. This is a very familiar topic. We have finally gotten to a calendar a year ahead, which I've been championing for a very long time, and I thank Dr. Braybrand and his staff for giving us the opportunity to schedule this far in advance. It's not short time. We're not under pressure to do this. We are creating a matter of convenience. This is when we have the latitude to work this out and take something that we've been talking about for a long time.
So, Ms. Schultz, thank you for your comments. I have Mr. Wilson, followed by Ms. Strauss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't reiterate my comments. I support the Veterans Day recognition as a holiday. But I would like to talk a little bit about the changes to the first part of the calendar because, as Ms. Schultz has already stated, that was part of the first version of our school calendar that was proposed to us as a board, and it's one of the calendars that went out as part of the Employee and Family Engagement Survey. Now, I don't know that there's enough detail in that survey response, but 61% of our teachers supported version 1 over version 2. And so I don't know that we should jump to the conclusion that this puts a burden or is somehow troubling to teachers because by 2 to 1 they supported the version 1 calendar over version 2. Now, maybe Helen can get into some of the detail in terms of the nuances, or maybe there's more information, but at least at that level, it indicates that there was pretty broad support for that for version 1.
Ms. Strauss?
I just wanted to share, and I think most of people know, that most of our schools have wonderful ceremonies on Veterans Day. In my schools, the parents who are in military service come to school in uniform. We have special ceremonies where we thank the entire schools present to thank the parents of the children, and we also thank the children for the sacrifices they make because their parents may be deployed. At McLean High School, we lay a wreath as well. We have a special memorial to those who served in Vietnam. So we have multiple ceremonies, and because the children are in school, they have the opportunity to formally, through an educational process, thank and honor their own parents, their colleague families, and those who have sacrificed and given their lives in service, particularly those who have attended their schools. So these are very special ceremonies that occur because the parents themselves in military are able to come to school in uniform on that day because they do have a holiday. It's a very special day in our schools. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing or no other lights up, We'll go ahead and take the vote. All those in favor of the amendment to, and if we could get the language up there. You don't have the language? Hold on. All those in favor of amending the calendar by starting school on Monday, August 24th, changing Wednesday, November 11th to a student holiday, and making Thursday, August 13th a teacher workday. Those in favor? That's 3. Those opposed? Ms. Evans, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. McElveen, and Ms. Hines and Ms. Strauss. Those abstaining, we have Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Ms. Palchik. That motion carries, or does not carry, it fails. I'm sorry. And now we go to the main motion. Motion on the table is to move to adopt version 3B of the 2020 to 2021 standard school year calendar. Do we have any more comments on this calendar? All those in favor? We have Evans, Keys-Gamarra, Moon, Derenak Kofax, McElveen, Palchik, Hines, Strauss, and Corbett Sanders. Those opposed? Ms. Schultz. Those abstaining? Mr. Wilson. I'm sorry. Ms. Schultz and Mr. Wilson opposing. That motion carries. I do want to acknowledge we have a couple more Boy Scouts who have come into the room. I have Michael Jacob Quiznon from Troop 1147. He's a Holmes Middle School student, and he's working on his Citizen in the Community badge. I actually have 2 notes saying the same thing. So, Michael, you've got a lot of supporters up here on the dais. We're glad you're here. I call on Ms. Evans for a follow-on motion.
I move that in keeping with the One Fairfax policy and our strategic goals of caring culture and student achievement, the school board create an ad hoc committee on religious observances to review current policies and practices regarding religious holidays, observances, and practices of our students and staff. The committee will consist of community members who are representative of our diverse stakeholders and a range of religious faiths, with board member input and review of the committee member list. The goal of the committee will be to help identify and recommend areas of improvement that may include communication, education, and regulations related to our school year calendar and appropriate accommodations of religious obligations during the school day. The committee will review best practices and policies from within our system as well as those in other school divisions. The work will be coordinated by the Offices of Equity and HR in conjunction with the Ombudsman for Students and Families and the board's Public Engagement Committee, with the goal of bringing recommendations to the full board before consideration of the school year 21 to 22 calendar.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Palchik. Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Ms. Palchik and I have been working on this issue together for some time, and I want to thank Ms. Palchik for all the work that she has done in engaging the community on this and other issues involving the calendar. One of the things that we have run into in the past is our students and our families and our teachers who have religious obligations on school days. This could be Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. It could be the Eid holidays. It would also involve Fridays for some of our students, for our Muslim students. So we are asking that for several years now, actually for maybe 6 years now, we have been told that our school administrators are told, be sure and don't have any major
tests, any field trips on some of these religious holidays. At the same time, we've had some missteps. I continue to hear concerns from community members about tests being given on particularly important religious holiday to some of our community members. So I do think it's time that we took a closer look at this, engage members of different faith communities to look at how we might do a better job. It works up to a point for us to tell administrators and teachers, be aware that this is a holiday coming up and that some of your students will possibly be absent or possibly be brought to school late or picked up early. But we do, in some cases, ask our students and our families to choose between their religious obligations and their academic obligations. And I, for one, don't believe that we should be doing that. So I would like to see a more thorough look at this issue. And again, I just want to thank Ms. Palchik for all of her work in this area as well.
Ms. Palchik, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, thank you. And first of all, I want to be clear that this is a follow-on to create a committee because it is not recommending any change to the school calendar. It is not asking that we make any specific accommodations. What it is doing is it is, I think, responding to the concerns we've heard and the issues that have arisen in a variety of schools. We have 200 schools, and sometimes we have new principals, sometimes we have PTAs, PTOs, or even teachers or faculty and supervisors as well, who maybe don't fully understand our policies around requesting religious leave, around what families and students may be doing or maybe needing in specific holidays and maybe not in others. I think we've heard concerns both from how to request time off and how that's accommodated to, as Ms. Evans said, when testing occurs, when, just helping make sure students and staff don't feel that they feel that they cannot, practice their religious observances as need be and that they have appropriate accommodations. A little bit is about integrity of implementation, but I think a bigger portion, what we've heard, and we had some meetings with some religious leaders and faith leaders, is that within one religion, there's a wide range of ways to observe and of requirements for religion, and also that there's not one way that any religion is observing. And so to be able to have that conversation, I think to better understand and believe, we have at least 400 communities of faith just in Fairfax County, and we have a very wide, geographically wide county, and so I think there was an effort to start to have that conversation, to communicate on the calendar when some of the larger holidays are, but even I think this committee should be able to help our staff understand, when those holidays are. I believe we missed one last year, to have that a little bit more streamlined. And really, I think the biggest pieces on here are about the education, the integrity of implementation across our system, and the communication piece. I think we've had some faith leaders in our community who felt that because there was not that communication from the school system, that they've had to communicate with every single school and with every single community. And we just want to, I think, ensure that voices are heard, that school board members also are able to review the list and make sure that their communities are represented on this committee, and that it does comply with regulations, but really help ensure that we're allowing families, staff, and students to have a caring culture, as we say, in our schools. So just want to be clear, this is not saying that anything will be changed in the calendar. It's creating a committee to have that conversation and to be able to better communicate with our school community.
Thank you, Ms. Palchik. Ms. Derenak Kovacs.
Ms. Palchik, I just want to thank you for that clarification because I did have some questions, and you and I talked about many of us engaging with members of our community and the broad perspectives that everybody, that different religions have, even within their own faith community. So I think the committee, I was concerned that it was kind of tied to the calendar because in my mind, before I read into the details and talked to you all, I was concerned that this was going to make substantive changes to a calendar based upon religious holidays, which we typically have not done as a system. But I do appreciate, and I think you explained it just right, as to looking at the community, saying what's important to you, how is it going to be designated on our calendar as far as this is where absences might occur because of these reasons, and also how we can make accommodations and have more parity and equity system-wide. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Derenak Kofax. Ms. Schultz?
So I find this a very interesting follow-on motion after the discussion we just had, which is, well, we've never had this conversation, and the Veterans Day is so confusing, and we don't know how to possibly accommodate a teacher workday on a calendar that's been widely published and voted at north of 60% by all teachers, and then all of a sudden we're forming basically a task force for public school to go investigate how to acknowledge religious holidays on our public school calendar when we can't acknowledge Veterans Day. So I'm not entirely sure how, if children need to be in school to learn about Veterans Day, and they can't be in school to learn about religion, we can't learn about religion in school, so they should be home. We have every accommodation available, and I don't see Dr. Brabrand at the table, and I don't know who over there is willing to take it, but is any student ever penalized? Mr. Smith, Dr. Zuluaga, Dr. Duran, is any student ever penalized if a parent takes them out of school for a religious observance?
No, we don't penalize students.
Okay, so we don't penalize students. It's public school. Why would I take taxpayer dollars to form another task force about observing religious holidays when we already don't penalize students? I have seen every direction. I have seen every direction as a parent, and I remind my colleagues, although it's not new for this board, of the 12 of us, only 2 people have children in the school system, Mr. Wilson and myself. I am the only person who has an elementary age child. And so I get updates as a parent. I see updates as a parent as reminders, not only of to teachers that there are certain religious observances coming up and they don't schedule SOLs on them and so on and so forth, but reminders not to schedule homework over the winter break. I get all of those as a parent, so I see them. So I can't believe that we're about to, because it's going to pass. I mean, I'm gonna say this for the public, and I'm gonna say it to have my peace. This is going to pass, and it's probably going to pass with a supermajority, but that we're about to spend taxpayer dollars to go investigate how to further accommodate religious holidays and observances in a 180-day student calendar that we can't acknowledge Veterans Day, but during which we already make every accommodation and don't penalize students in the first place. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I have Mr. McElveen.
Thank you, and thank you to Ms. Evans and Ms. Palchik for bringing this forward. I know this has been a conversation that we've been having for a long time, but we have not had an opportunity to really take a step back and get the thorough input that we need. I've been surprised at how pervasive of an issue this is in the community, and I think over the years there's become a greater echo of concern about this. So I do look forward to what comes from this effort. But one question for the superintendent. In earlier discussions about the calendar, we had discussed creating a list of holidays to accompany the calendar so that our school staff, our families are aware of that. Is that going to be put forward this year?
I'm going to let Mr. Smith or Dr. Nixon address that, who've been working closely with the calendar piece.
Well, we can put together that list. I know that we currently have the list of holidays on our calendar website, and we've had some discussions about ensuring that the calendar dates are available for our teachers and staff as they're planning those important tests and other events throughout the course of the year.
We've also provided dates with religious holiday information for our principals, especially when they're planning their back-to-school nights and when they're looking at their different testing windows. And Armando Perry and I, our new ombudsman, are working together too. He's vetting some of the consistent questions that he's getting from community about this, so we're working together on that as well.
And we currently do that quarterly, so we can certainly increase the frequency by which we give teachers and principals that information.
Right, and I think, in past year, I would say at this point, a long time ago, we've received reports that schools were doing school-wide calendars to make sure that, teachers weren't planning major assignments on the same day. So I think as part of this work, I think we may want to examine the extent to which our schools are actually doing school-wide calendars and how the religious piece could be incorporated into that so that every classroom in the school has that same calendar. So I do have one point about the way this is worded. I do think as it's put forward, it is actually not an ad hoc committee of the board, because an ad hoc committee implies that it's made up of board members, and the way the text reads is this is rather a committee of citizens, a community committee. So I think we could call it either a community advisory committee or a task force, but not, in fact, an ad hoc committee of the board. So personally, I think the task force formulation makes the most sense. For example, we recently had the example of the Restraint and Seclusion Task Force, and during my time on the board, we've actually had two ad hoc committees, which I think served very separate roles, very different roles, because they were made up of board members. The first being the Streamline and Focus ad hoc committee, also known as Hocus Pocus, and the Start Time Action Group that I was part of that led to the inaction of the sleep initiative. So if I would actually like to propose an amendment to this, and it's essentially just substituting instead of, where is it? Instead of ad hoc committee on religious observances, I would amend that to be task force on religious observances. And I think since that's an amendment, we have to vote on that first.
And do I have a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hines. Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Nothing further.
Ms. Hines? Okay. Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to it?
I'll just say that I can support this amendment.
And Ms. Palchik?
Yes, I think we went back and forth with this, so I think as long as it completes that task. And I guess my only question is, are you saying that this task force should or should not include any members of the school board? It should only be community members? I guess that's my only question.
Well, I would pose that to you because the way it currently reads is it's entirely comprised of community members. It says, with board member input, but it doesn't say board members.
So it doesn't change. It doesn't change that. And I guess it will be a future board that will help decide the makeup of this. But I think as long as it's a task force, and I can't remember, Ms. Evans, if we decide on ad hoc committee, just to say that it may be ongoing to continue to hear if there are any issues in the community. But I'm fine with task force.
Ms. Hines?
Well, are we voting on the, my comment was not for the amendment, so I'll hold it.
Okay, then we will go ahead and call for a vote of changing the phrase ad hoc committee to a task force on religious observances. All those in favor? Ms. Evans, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak-Kofax, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Palchik, Ms. Hines, and Ms. Strauss. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Ms. Schultz and Mr. Wilson, that motion carries. We'll now go back to the main motion. And do we, Ms. Hines, you have comments on the main motion?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, I appreciate this very much. Thank you to Ms. Evans and Ms. Palchik. I just had a couple questions. There is not actually a budget item connected with this, right? We're not allocating any special money to do this?
No, we're not. I mean, typically, I will say when we have had committees in the past, and whenever we've asked about money issues, the answer has come back that, well, we bought them some sandwiches and that's about it. I mean, we are expecting these committee members to be volunteers.
Sure, the committee members will be volunteers, and staff, they will take some staff time to do it, but the
That's
assumption
correct.
is that we won't need a budget item in order to do this. It won't actually cost any more money, okay. I think also, the question was posed to Mr. Smith about whether we penalize students for being absent on holidays, and I think that's kind of an unfair question, because we're never going to say, yes, we penalize students for being absent on a religious holiday. But I think while we might not intend to do that, I think the truth is that if a student is out for a religious holiday and there is something happening that day, that student is penalized. I mean, that's the reality of, because later they have to figure out how to make up that work. And that happens a lot. It's not the traditional way of handling religious holidays, of course, is, well, you figure out, on what days are there going to be a significant number of students absent, so therefore we're going to have a school holiday. And that made a lot of sense back in the time, or still in places where you have maybe, two major religions represented in the community. I remember where I was growing up, in New York, there were Catholic holidays and Jewish holidays because that was kind of the community, right? Well, boy, has that changed, right? We have dozens of different religions, and each religion has several different ways of observing the holidays. And I definitely have heard from my community that this is an ongoing issue, not only for students and families, but also for teachers. Teachers have to take personal days if they want to take their religious holiday off, and it's not also a school holiday. And so I feel like we have not dealt with this in the way that we should have. And I always feel like when this comes up in the community, I feel badly as a board member that I just kind of nod my head and say, yes, we really have to do better, but I haven't done anything about it really. So I appreciate this effort. Let's go out to the community. Let's ask those folks to come in and talk to us about, where the issue is and what better we can do about it. So thank you. I'll be happy to support this.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not going to support this follow-on motion. To me, it comes to us premature. I think that before we set out on the task of soliciting members from the community to sit on a task force about religious holidays, we need to hear from our staff about what issues are coming up in the schools and the day-to-day operation of our schools with regards to our students. We need to have them talk about how would this task force be created if one is needed. This proposal just says that it would be created by the board, but the committee would consist of members from the community with board member input and review. It doesn't really talk about would we vote on each one? How many would there be? These are important questions when you're talking about providing input to the board that would affect the entire school system, all of the teachers, with regards to important days in individual family lives. So, and lastly, I think there's a statement in here about the committee would review best practices and policies from both within our system and other school divisions. Well, FCPS is best in class in the country. So if we need to review, where it's working in other parts of the country, I think our staff is perfectly equipped to do that and to brief us before we set out embark on a task force to talk about religious holidays. I think that it is a terrific, this has been a topic that that Ms. Palchik and Ms. Evans have brought forward to the board before. We have discussed it. Ms. McLaughlin has also brought it up in terms of the board. I think it's appropriate for the board to discuss it. I don't think we're ready to establish a community task force. And I think that, frankly, establishing a community task force tonight is the kind of action that makes the citizens in Fairfax County scratch their head about what is this school board doing, right? Because we've put now something in front of what really we should have first, which is that thorough briefing by staff to understand where are the issues, where are the problems, because maybe what we're doing is best practice, and we need to know before we set out a task force.
So, before I go to go-backs, I do want to weigh in on this issue because it's an issue that has come to me on a number of occasions from my faith-based community in my magisterial district. As many people have heard me reference on this board, we have Ventures in Community in the Mount Vernon Magisterial District, and that is an organization made up of faith-based leaders. And they have oftentimes raised concerns about their own members of their congregations who have raised concerns about missing important events at school. It may not be a test, but it can be a field trip, or it can be the need to adjust the time for prom or adjust the time for other events such as the International Night, because it turns out that it fell during an important religious holiday. And so having that important conversation and having an opportunity for them to bring their voices to the board is very important. We just went through the public engagement survey, and in the public engagement survey process, we learned that many in our community wanted to be more of a collaborator and a partner in some of our decision-making about their children. And so to do that, we need to create opportunities for those voices to come to the table. And I know that Ms. Keys-Gamarra and I attended an event last fall where this issue was raised, and I've heard multiple times since then about the importance of from our faith-based leaders of having this discussion. And interestingly, the faith-based leaders are not a single faith, but they come from the Judeo-Christian traditions, they come from the Islamic traditions, and they come from some of the other traditions that are not as familiar to many of us. And so I think we need to create an opportunity for those voices to be heard. It's a task force. I'm glad you made that recommendation, Mr. McElveen, because a task force is short in duration and it creates an opportunity for voices to be heard. And with that, I do have a couple of other comments. I see that Mr. Moon has asked to speak, as well as Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support this motion that, as a board member, I'm glad that we are doing, we have been making a lot of recommendations. There are a lot of good things we do. But at the same time, I have heard from different faith groups that, want to have an opportunity to share with us their ideas. And also, this will be an opportunity for us to share with these faith-based group leaders of what we are currently doing. And then they can also go out to their respective groups to share with members of their groups about what they are doing, and if there is anything that we can do to improve what they are doing, that's all and good. I will support this in a motion. Thanks for bringing it.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Evans, I'm assuming that this task force will be set up of community members such as faith leaders and the like. Can you give us a clearer description of perhaps how this would be set up?
Yes, it would be representative of the faith community. We would expect it to be made up of a variety of faith leaders, as well as community members. Ms. Palchik and I did not want to make it prescriptive here. You know, there's some, that's why we did say in this that board members would be able to review the list once the superintendent put it together to see if this seemed like the most reasonable group to be looking at this issue.
Well, I mean, that makes sense to me. I have heard and folks of different persuasions politically have asked for an opportunity to participate in a greater way in how we make decisions. And I actually welcome more opportunities like this. So I will be supporting it. And I think that it also gives us a great opportunity to work on that public engagement and how these communities are so important to helping our children and our families, our communities to be successful. And so I will support it because I think that partnership is valuable, as well as the input.
I have Ms. Schultz, followed by Ms. Strauss.
So we are about to, in a successive board action item, handle year end, and we're rolling over $80 million. I made plenty of comments when we had the work session about this, that we didn't identify unmet needs. There are substantial unmet needs, everything from, I don't know, decades of minority student achievement gap that hasn't been closed, safety and security measures that were recommended last summer that we haven't addressed, leftover audit items that we haven't addressed, and there's no dollars associated with this. Forming a task force that includes members of the community inevitably takes staff time, inevitably takes money that's public taxpayer dollars. There's nothing associated with this. So I don't have any idea, even though I'm getting ready to vote on year-end budget, where I have unmet needs. Now I'm pledging more taxpayer dollars to something else that we've already had staff tell us, and I've seen enumerated by teachers, assistant principals, principals, region assistant superintendents, deputy superintendents, superintendents. If there are unmet needs in the religious community, and we need to be listening to them. I find it interesting that we'll listen to them over the calendar, but we won't listen to them over things like family life education. So it's very confusing to me that the board is talking about observances and making allowances during a public school calendar and committing dollars to that. And I say that as, as a devout religious person myself, whose children actually were previously in parochial school. If you have that degree of observance needed in your religious life, there are religious schools, there are parochial schools, there's homeschooling, there are many opportunities to meet religious observances. That's not what public school is for. We've kicked God out of school and said that that's not the place for it. We don't listen to people of faith and religious leaders when it comes to our curriculum, but we're going to have an inverse relationship related to calendar. So there's nothing about this that actually makes sense, and there aren't any dollars associated with it. So when we're launching In a follow-on motion, I don't even know that this is actually germane. I would have Robert's rule problems and parliamentary problems with this as well, because it's not germane to the motion. We're literally creating a task force on a follow-on motion. We've had no forum discussion about this. We've had no work session discussion about what this would look like, even though I know we've talked about the topic ad nauseum. The reality is that what is contemplated in this is not the purview of a K through 12 public school system. And without those dollars associated, it's an additional affront to the taxpayers that we're creating something for which we have not attributed any money.
We have Ms. Strauss, followed by Ms. Keys-Gamarra, and then I'm going to let Ms. Palchik have the last word, and we will vote on this motion.
Thank you. Very briefly, I've also had numerous parents ask me, and these are parents of children who are academically very dedicated to school, do not want to miss school, want to be well prepared for exams, have all of their projects done. They are not looking for time out of school, but they want some help and some conversation to make it all fit. We do have complicated global communities. So I think having this committee would help. They are looking for an opportunity to discuss and figure out how to make this work the best for children. But I know what I have heard from highly motivated academic children who want to be able to make sure that everything fits. They are not looking to be excused from school. But they also want to somehow be able to fast, if that is what is needed. Then how do we help all this come together in a way that we support our children and families so that they are academically successful and at the same time feel true to whatever their religious observances are. It is respectful to families who we want to partner with us so their children are in school and prepared. Thanks.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
I just want to comment because I believe this is actually a continuation of something that FCPS has already been doing. Dr. Brabrand, I recall when I first came on the board, there were meetings with faith leaders, and we've been seeking their guidance and allowing them to participate. Particularly, there has been a concern, I believe, I was having some discussions with Ms. Palchik and the community when there have been suicides and mental health concerns, particularly in the Woodson Pyramid. And we gathered with our faith leaders, and they joined us to help discuss how community support could be involved. So I really do see this as a continuation of an FCPS tradition that has already begun. So I just wanted to clarify that this really is something that we've engaged in on an ongoing basis.
Ms. Palchik?
Yes, thank you. Did want to also clarify a couple of points. And Ms. Hines, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, Dr. Nixon. I do believe that currently there is a policy for staff to be able to take religious leave. What we were getting at is that sometimes that is, we've had some issues with some supervisors not clearly understanding the regulation and employees having had pushback until it was clarified. So I just want to clarify that we do currently have a regulation to allow for religious.
Yes, we do.
We do. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to check that. Thank you. And I think it's a little bit what led to this, right? Is there is, while we have policies and regulations in such a large system, sometimes they're not clear. And so some of that is to be able to clarify that, educate our staff, and really make sure it's number one about our kids being able to learn and to not feel in any way that something is taken away from that, and really is the education piece so that there's that understanding. The other thing I did want to say is that part of it is, as Ms. Evans and I met with a few leaders, and I know Ms. Keys-Gamarra and I met with a few leaders. The question of why this is around the calendar is because I think Ms. Evans and I, we brought a few different leaders together from different faith communities, and it was interesting. We were trying to get their support in knowing which holidays and where exactly to put them on the calendar, in our calendar, make sure that they're clearly delineated, because there was, I believe, a mistake or an omission last year. And as they sat around and they looked at it, and they had a conversation, and they were having differences of opinion, and they said to us, "Oh, I see why it's so complicated. I see why the teachers don't get it. It really is not as straightforward as it seems, even to our different faith leaders." So I do think it's important to have a more formal way for our faith leaders and members of the community to have that conversation. And while we did not delineate it here and we did not want to be prescriptive, the county does have county staff who lead a Interfaith Clergy Leaders Council that represents our, I believe, 400 or so faith communities. And so we want to make sure, the hope is that we will be able to work with that community and that group to ensure that we are getting the voices in there. So I appreciate the support from our colleagues on this. It is ongoing work, and it really is to help improve the way we care for our students and our staff through our calendar and through our education.
And with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor with the motion that is posted on the screen? Ms. Evans, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Mr. Moon, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Palchik, Ms. Hines, Ms. Strauss, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. Those opposed, Mr. Wilson and Ms. Schultz. That motion carries. I now call on Ms. Evans for a follow-on motion.
I move that the school board direct the superintendent to review the 2020 to 2021 calendar to provide time for schools to lead and participate in family engagement strategies such as home visits, parent workshops, touching base programs, and other high leverage strategies that enhance collaboration with parents and families.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Palchik. Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your follow-on?
Yes, this stems from the conversation that the board had on family engagement strategies, and in particular, what are the highest impact family engagement strategies. One of them was home visits, having teachers, have administrators actually going to a child's home and talking to them there and talking with their parents. I was some of our schools already do this. I was very pleased to join Woodburn Elementary School's Welcome Walk last August, and it was wonderful. It was a wonderful experience to see the students who were so ready to meet their teachers, and the parents coming to the door, and the children. Some of them were out on the sidewalk. They couldn't wait to meet their teachers. So you can see how excited and how engaged those students were. So the fact that we have talked about how but at the same time, we recognized in our conversation the other day that, of course, this takes time. It takes time and organizing. So we had asked the superintendent to take a look at this. Where might this work into the school calendar? Ms. Palchik and I thought that perhaps before we came in tonight, perhaps we could identify a place, and it just it was too close to the time we were going to vote on the calendar to do that. So instead, we worked together and said, well, let's have a follow-on motion by which we could ask the superintendent to review this and see where's the most logical time to do this. We, on the other side, we do talk a lot about teacher workload. We need to make sure that we don't just add on to the amount of time that we require of teachers. So we're asking the superintendent to take a look at this and say, how can we carve out some time in this calendar for this without reducing things like professional development time or teacher workday. So that's our hope, to have the superintendent take a look at this and create a strategy.
Ms. Palchik, would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, I think Ms. Evans described it very well. This did come, I think, as a recommendation from the superintendent as we were having the conversation, and clearly to say we understand we want to have that time for family engagement. We also want to make sure we're creating that time for teachers and for staff. We do hear quite a bit, and we know there's a large workload and quite a burden. And there's another reason why I think it's important, especially at the beginning of the year. We do have some schools, and we heard from some principals who are able to do those home visits when it's a very compact community. They're able to do it quickly. When it's not, it takes longer. And I do think, in addition, that's why the beginning of the year, ample time for professional development, teacher work days will hopefully help facilitate the ability to do those and make those connections before the school year starts. So happy to second Ms. Evans' motion.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a great idea, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but I just want to make sure I understand. Are we expecting Dr. Brabrand to come back to the board with a report on the strategy, or what's sort of the next step for Dr. Brabrand and the board?
I think what we intend is for him to come back and let us know whether it's in a Brabrand briefing or whether it's in an official report, just so we will know what the strategy is and have a chance to review it.
Okay, all right. Dr. Brabrand, not to put you on the spot, but do you have any thoughts about what this might look like out there in the real world?
We're still brainstorming. The good news is this. Lots of schools already do this. How do we take a more systematic approach and create systematic time in the calendar to do it? That part I don't have the answer to. I do know that it works. Home visits work, and it is significantly impactful. So what can we do at a system level to create more space for it to happen, recognizing teacher workload, and also recognizing the power, though, that parents tell us when we make those connections on a regular basis. So we're still brainstorming some ideas. What I really would commit to is, by the time, in my own mind, certainly as we enter the beginning of 20, by the end of this calendar year, and we're getting into the spring and people start thinking about next year's calendar, that I would hope to have a BB or a work session or simply a report that I could post to the board, and then we could have some conversation. But I think there's things that we can do to more constructively engage with our families and share best practices across schools for the system.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Mr. Moon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was saying when you were voting on the calendar, that I would be supporting this motion. Very glad to see this, because when he had a presentation from MSAOC, which is Minority Student Achievement Oversight Committee, a couple of weeks ago, among the several other recommendations, I consider this to be one of the more important, very prominent recommendations that I could support. And I hope that, as Dr. Brabrand was saying, that even though some of our schools have been already doing this, we could do this in a more consistent, more strategic way, systematic way. And this should not be just done by veteran teachers, but the new teachers as well. That is why when I was supporting the calendar 3B, which does not take away the additional teacher workday for the new teachers, so that they could perhaps be able to engage in more family engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Dr. Brabrand, can I ask you a quick question on this?
Why, yes.
Thank you. My question is actually, would you consider using professional development time or teacher workday time with this? And do you see this as something that really is setting the tone across the system, that says, we expect our teachers and other staff to have a more deliberate engagement with parents?
I definitely want to be more systematic. I mean, I must have a mic on my lapel here, because I was going over starting to ask some questions. But this is what I love about this board. Even as we're looking at the motion, you're already ready for, well, what's it going to look like? I don't completely know yet. I'd like to really, I haven't had time with the staff to sit and brainstorm. I did see the motion. I mean, obviously I knew the motion was coming, but I haven't had a staff meeting to really go over it. But I do think one of the things that the board has said thematically that we are trying to work on, I think we're making great progress. First of all, we've systematically decided to have a family engagement survey and really look at that through a system lens. And now the board tonight is asking us to start to look at the calendar through a systematic lens in terms of family engagement. So I think our team's ready to look at and come up with some ideas, but I don't want to limit or put out an expectation that we're not going to be able to deliver with everybody focused on the calendar right now. But I know we're going to come up with some neat ideas that haven't been tried before or at a systems level.
So do you see this as something that would complement or be integrated into your 3 to Succeed program?
I think 3 to Succeed, obviously, the more that we can build assets, part of that is making sure that we have close relationships with kids, that we have connections in the community. We've really got a lot of community partner work going on in all of Fairfax County around the area, but again, I think we can cue. Our calendar is a cue. It's a representative of our values, and it cues the community about what's important. Part of the discussion the board had earlier about religious holidays or religious observances. Are we acknowledging that through our calendar? And I think we have to figure out how we acknowledge better. And it's clear from the folks that keep coming here, we can do better at partnering with families and parents. We need to do better. We do well in many cases, but that doesn't mean there isn't room for improvement. And I think you're giving us a charge tonight to go back and really figure out how we can do that better as a system through our calendar. So I hope sooner than later, maybe by late fall, we can have some ideas and start to have some dialogue back and forth. In fact, frankly, the longer I think about it, I'd really ultimately love maybe a work session where we can share with you our best thinking and then get your reaction and let the community hear some of that dialogue back and forth. I just don't have it this evening, but I'll have it soon, I promise.
Well, as the chair, I look forward to working with you to get it on our calendar.
Thank you. Thank you.
So with that, I will call for the vote on the motion that is before us on the screen. All those in favor? And that is unanimous with Ms. Schultz and Mr. Wilson away from the table. That motion carries. I now call on Ms. Evans for a follow-on motion. Oh, I'm sorry. We've already done that one. I now call on Ms. Derenak-Kofax for a motion on the fiscal year 2019 year-end.
I move that the school board approve the revenue and expenditure adjustments as detailed in the agenda item.
I second the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Strauss. Ms. Derenak-Kofax, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just very briefly, we had a presentation here at our last meeting. We conducted a work session. We have details for the public in the attached agenda item. And we have, as the hour grows later, we also have some amendments. So I will give my time up so we can discuss those.
Ms. Strauss, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I would like to thank our colleagues and staff in particular for helping us to put this year-end piece together. And I would like to say that as we compare ourselves with other school divisions in the area, which is a public document called the Waybe Guide, our actual year-end carryover, which is $24.9 million, we'll have a few amendments, is among the smallest in the metro area. It is about 1%. In times of extreme revenue shortfall, which we went through for 10 years, not only were we cutting hundreds of millions of dollars, but we were having to also push forward tens of millions of dollars just to balance our budget and keep our school together. As times have become a little bit better, we can decrease that carryover. But again, this is a very small carryover. It is responsible, but it is small. So those who question whether or not This is fiscally prudent. It is indeed extremely fiscally prudent, way more efficient than any other school division in the region. So thank you all, and look forward to the discussion on the amendments. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Strauss. I'm going to call on Ms. Evans for an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend the main motion by adding $208,908 to supplement middle school after-school program funding at middle schools with poverty rates of 40% or higher: Poe, Glasgow, Key, Whitman, Holmes, Herndon, Jackson, and Sandburg. The average $26,114 per school supplement would cover the cost of late buses, an additional day per week, plus program costs for an extra day. But principals will be allowed to use funds as they deem appropriate to enhance their after-school programs. The FY21 beginning balance will be reduced by $2,908.
Should I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moon. Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, I would. This is a modest effort to help our after-school programs at our highest poverty middle schools, those that have 40% or more poverty, by providing enough funding to provide a bus an extra day a week and program costs. Currently, we provide 3 days a week of busing for our after-school programs. This would create the possibility for a 4th day at our highest needs schools. Plus money for programming costs. It would also give principals the flexibility, if they felt that as long as they used it for their after-school programs to make those after-school programs more robust, that they would have flexibility. They would be able to use it in that way. Our research shows that our middle school after-school programs are one of the most important ways that we can help our middle school students feel connected to their schools. We hear that time and time again. Just as at the high school level, sports and extracurriculars are critically important to creating a bond and connections with many of our students. This impacts student involvement at our schools, and it encourages better attendance. And these are, all of these things are important elements: connection at school, better attendance, more motivation. And this is particularly critical at our highest poverty schools. I will note that when we created later high school start times, which people know how passionately I feel about that, one of the downsides was that we had to clock our middle schools slightly earlier. And so all of our middle schools now start at 7:30 in the morning and end at 2:15 in the afternoon. And of course, we do plan to work on improving that sometime soon. You know, we have tasked the superintendent with looking at that as well. But the current end time means that a number of our students go home to empty houses, and they have a significant amount of time between the time middle school ends and the time their parents get home. And we know that that can be problematical in all kinds of ways. When our middle school program started years ago, one of the issues that it was supposed to address was it was supposed to be an anti-gang effort as well. We wanted to keep our middle school students at all of our middle schools engaged and in either academic activities or in high-level after-school programs that would help them in other ways. And it also, these programs do keep more and more students from being home alone. This would be one-time funding. I do want to be clear about that. This is coming out of the year-end balance. And so we're looking at doing this for the year. The school board has tasked the superintendent with looking at a longer range, broader program for looking at equity of opportunity at our schools. And so I would anticipate that that is going to come to us soon. So this is one time and comes out of one-time funds for one-time funding. This would enable the principals to use this, again, as I say, where they think that they have the highest need. So I will appreciate, I hope board members can support me in this amendment.
Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your second?
Just briefly, Madam Chair, I'm happy to support this motion. I want to thank Ms. Evans for bringing this in a motion to be considered by the board, tonight. We all know that poverty has a tremendous impact upon student achievement, among others. And this motion is focusing on higher poverty schools where we see a greater gaps in the student achievement, and providing, among other things, students with an opportunities for a more higher academic achievement as part of after-school activity will be very helpful for these age groups.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Ms. Strauss?
Thank you. We hear from many of our parents, particularly in our national community, that they want to make sure that all of our middle schools particularly have after-school programs to provide opportunities in math and science, chess, arts, intramural sports, because these activities are very important for academic achievement for all of our children, and also activity, and also have supervision. Many of the parents are working. So I know that in the communities that are mentioned, that are mine, it would be very welcome. And again, parents would see this as academic enrichment opportunities that might not be available to their children in any other way. So I see this as adding to learning for children and parents who would welcome this opportunity. Thanks.
Ms. Schultz?
Okay, so this is a follow-on motion or a proposed amendment to our year-end, transferring just shy of $250,000 to only some of our schools. And we've had many a conversation about one Fairfax. So I'm not entirely sure why we've carved out these. I understand they're Title I schools, but that's why we have the Title I funds. And if it's to fund after-school programs, we've already built that into our budget. So we're building in extra after-school programs, then that becomes less equitable for students because there are students in poverty in other schools. They just might not have the highest percentage poverty. So now we're creating opportunities in some schools where I think in other areas of our conversations, we're trying to level the playing field. For example, when we try to offer a program, a curriculum program. If BC Calculus is not provided at all schools, it should be provided at all schools, for example. But we're doing the inverse here. We're saying, well, because there are enough students in poverty here, we're going to give them more after-school opportunities, and I feel like this is not an equitable discussion. We're now treating schools inequitably because the extra funding's already there. We're already there with the Title I funding. So I'm concerned at this approach of sort of picking and choosing, and we're about to do it in a next amendment as well, where we're taking and spending money. I haven't heard anything from staff about you've basically said, well, we're going to do it for busing, but the principals don't have to use it for busing. And when things go into general funds, I don't know what happens to them. There's nothing measurable associated with this. I don't know what the report back is. It's just handing out money to certain schools without any accountability, and it's also beyond the academic day. I would rather that this said we're going to take $208,908 and we're going to put it towards project momentum and deliver additional academic supports during the academic day and try to move the student achievement gap. If this is what we're trying to do is student achievement, I don't know that handing money to principals and saying, well, you can use it for busing or something else, and we don't have any way to follow up, I don't know that that's the greatest way to do this. I'd much rather that it was spent and directed during the academic day.
Ms. Hines.
Yeah, thank you. I will support this. Just a couple of questions for the maker of the motion. You have chosen the schools that you chose for this because it's my understanding that these schools are schools in poverty, which means that their parent community, their PTA community, are not able to support the principal or the spending at the school in the same way that wealthier schools can. So the result of that is that at wealthier schools, this extra late bus day is happening because there's support in that parent community. There's the ability in that parent community to provide it. That's why you focused on these schools. Is that right?
So at some of our schools, there is the ability to supplement. Now, whether they all have 4 days or not, I have not done. We provide 3 days, but we do know that at the wealthier schools that there is a lot of supplementing of these after-school programs with extracurriculars. So yes, these are the highest poverty schools where they don't have the same fundraising ability and they don't have the same ability to provide the extra programs or hire vendors and time is an issue too.
Right, so I'm assuming that you gave that little flexibility in there that the principal could either use it for the bus or in another way for after-school programs. I mean, you're not just giving money into the principal's general fund. The idea is that it will be used for after-school programs, correct?
That's right. And I did want to make another comment, which I forgot to make, but to that point, I do think that the board should have a report from the 8 schools on exactly how they decided to use it. You know, I've talked to my principals, and welcoming a 4th day, that's something that one of my principals said he would very much welcome having a 4th day for his students, and so that would be his intention. But another principal at another school might say, you know what, I've got 3 days a week, but it's not as robust as I would like it to be. We do have more and more vendors out there who will have programs that are available to buy. And again, this is available to some of our schools and not to others. So this is helping level the playing field.
Sure. And a couple of persistent concerns that I hear from my principals. One, the principals of Title I schools will say that the Title I money actually does not go very far. It's not enough to make up the difference that PTAs at other schools can provide in terms of after-school programs and extras for the students.
That is true. And also, of course, Title I typically goes to elementary schools. At this point, we only have one Title I middle school because once it goes over a certain percentage of poverty, then so most middle schools do not get Title I funds.
Right, and I'll just finish up by saying, you know, I think the research is pretty clear that students who are able to continue to learn after school benefit greatly. So often those after-school programs are not so much like the classroom. They get to do other types of things. There's more project-based learning. There's more STEAM going on. There's more collaborative work, more teams, and it's the kind of rich environment that really does make a difference in a student learning. So it's, I think it's really important that we do our best to make sure that in those schools where there is not the community support to make that happen, the school system is pitching in to make that difference. So thank you for offering this option for us.
Ms. Palchik.
Yes, I too want to thank you, Ms. Evans. A couple reasons that I think this is critical, very important. Number one, this is the work a colleague and I did our senior year in college, looking at ways to support our local Latino community in the schools. And her number one recommendation in order to help, like you said, reduce incidents of behavior concerns in the evenings, and it's not just about education, but really, and at that point, it was even just having the gyms open was found to be helpful rather than finding, in the end, going on the more punitive side of supporting students. So I do think, especially because our middle schools do end so early, and there is that time, that programming, I think is a variety of educational, academic support, as well as giving students an opportunity, to socialize appropriately with appropriate supervision after school. And I think, as Ms. Hines stated, some of our schools are able to provide that, some of our parents are able to provide that on their own, and some are not. So I appreciate that you chose these schools starting. Equity really is about giving equal opportunity, and that means different things for different people. Thinking about if everybody wants to ride a bike, you may have different sizes of bikes, different adapted bikes, in order to give everyone that opportunity. I know Carla Bruce likes to use that image. So I appreciate you helping us move in that direction, and I also appreciate getting the report. Because sometimes there are challenges, right? From some of my principals, I've heard, well, okay, even if we get the bus, and they do appreciate the late bus, sometimes there's a challenge of getting, staff to be able to provide a variety of activities, right? So my question is, I don't know if you've answered this already, but if they choose to do so, can some of this funding be used as a stipend for additional support for programming?
Yes, and so if a principal wanted to pay teachers, for example, to stay after, they could use it for that as well.
Okay, yeah, and I appreciate that, because I know that's sometimes one of the challenges. The bus is sometimes a challenge, and sometimes having the appropriate, even support staff in the building to ensure that that students are safe and that they have appropriate programming and support for students. So very happy to support this. Also, I think as we have looked at, and you've helped us look at what is available after school, elementary, middle school, where we have a gap, and then I think it would be important to get that better sense of what's being offered at the different schools and how that funding is being used, and if there's something else we haven't thought of that's maybe impeding the programming. So thank you, happy to support this.
Mr. McElveen.
So, first of all, I appreciate and I will support your important amendment here, Ms. Evans, and I agree with my colleagues that without a doubt, this effort will benefit our students in greatest need, and so for that reason, it's important that we adopt it. However, I do want to express a little bit of frustration at the process of how we got here, and this is not just limited to your amendment, but the amendments we're considering tonight. Because the board will recall that there were lots of initiatives that came as amendments during the regular budget adoption process, and many of them had to be reduced in order to make our budget cap. And so, as one board member, I had one of those amendments, and it didn't occur to me that at this point in the budget cycle, I could bring amendments and ask for more funding at this time. So there's a hint of frustration in me with the process. And again, it's not directed at Ms. Evans. But additionally, I do believe that we have never actually discussed this program as part of our regular budget adoption process. So this is really the first time we're having the opportunity to discuss it in depth. Now, I don't say this to be difficult, but I would be grateful to hear the reasoning about why this is coming to us now as opposed to not earlier, and I will give you an opportunity to reply. But in your reply, I would like you to address another question that I have, which is, why these schools, why the 40% cutoff, and I would assume that you went with the 40% cutoff because it's what we've identified as the socioeconomic tipping point for middle and high schools. But did you ever consider extending it to schools with slightly lower poverty rates? For example, what would happen if we were to lower this to 35%, 30%? How many additional schools would that add? So anyway, grateful if you could address that. Thanks.
Would you like me to answer? Okay.
Yes, Ms. Evans.
So I will remind the board that as part of our regular budget process back in February, we did support a follow-on motion which passed unanimously, tasking the superintendent with looking at equity and opportunity at all of our schools. And we are waiting for that report, which is due, I believe, in the fall. And in fact, I believe we may even have a work session scheduled on that. So that's a larger look at this issue. And so when I started thinking about this school year and was there some small thing that we could do to move something forward in an area that's, to my mind, clearly not equitable at this point, not truly equitable. And because this is a high-impact strategy, I did look at the middle school after-school programs. I did mention in 2 work sessions that I was going to bring this. Now I know the language was not prepared until later, but I did flag for the board that I was planning to bring something, even though I didn't have all the details at our previous work session. So it's not entirely new. So as far as, and Mr. McElveen, you're absolutely right about the, oh, excuse me. The 40% is in some ways a bit arbitrary, but not entirely. We do have reports that we have that there is one tipping point at 20% poverty and there's another tipping point at 40% poverty. To your question about how many more would we have if we went down to 35, I believe that there are, I don't want to be wedded to this, but I believe that there were 2 others that were about at 34% in that range. So I think if we went down to, say, 33, 34, we would capture 2 more schools by doing that. I did feel 40% was a reasonable place to start. I didn't want to have the cost of this go any higher than it needed to be, and I just thought this was a good start. This gives us the top third of our middle school. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. McElveen, and I appreciate your support.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I just, as a quick follow-on to that, were you trying to come in at a certain dollar value? Is that why you limited it, or?
Well, the most bang for the buck, really, you know, and the busing piece of this was part of it, and then when we added in program costs, and of course you're not going to have a bus come to a school and not have the programs there, you know, that wouldn't make sense either. So initially it was one figure, and then it rose when we added it all together. So no, I was not I didn't start with the dollar figure and then work backwards. It was the other way around.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Derenak-Kofax.
Ms. Evans, you and I have had conversations today, and some of my colleagues have expressed the concerns that I had, but in the end, I do feel that you're, even though, you know, as part of being the budget chair, process is what I like, and but I do feel your intention is good, and you also added to my thought process when you said when these middle school programs had started, they were dealing with gang activities, and I was actually the chair of the Child Care Advisory Council when these middle school programs started, and I testified at that time for the Board of Supervisors. And one of the statistics that was most alarming at that time in Fairfax was Fairfax County had the highest percentage of latchkey kids, and that's kids ages, you know, latchkey kids are the kids that they were designated because they would carry the keys around the neck or in their pockets, and this was ages 10 to 14 years old, and we were #1 in the U.S. And that age is a very vulnerable time. That is, you know, late elementary school to middle school. And that is why the county many years ago started these middle school programs. And they are great. They are obviously, with the need for this amendment, still not as robust and still not have as much parity throughout each program that we need. But I think they do serve a beautiful purpose. They have been extremely successful, so I won't let process overcome my desire for this good amendment, and I will be supporting it. But I do think, Dr. Brabrand also, like you said, every time we have an amendment, there's more that we need. And in this one, if there can be some kind of reporting and analysis of our middle school programs and how we can achieve, there will always be more opportunities at some schools than another, but if we can get the basics there and have equity in those areas, that would be great. And so if this can support an additional bus day or additional programming, I think it's a good thing. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Ms. Derenak-Kovacs. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the reasons expressed by Ms. Schultz and Mr. McElveen and the reluctance and concerns raised by Ms. Derenak-Kovacs on process, I'm not going to be able to support this amendment. However, I do commend Ms. Evans for bringing it forward, even in light of those concerns that I have. I look forward to talking about something like this as part of our normal budget process in the context of comparing spending money in this manner versus other expenditures in our budget. This is just something that's coming to us for me today. We haven't had conversations about it, haven't been briefed by the staff regarding this versus other uses of these funds. So I'm not going to be able to support it. I do appreciate the sentiment. It definitely comes from a good place. And I think I would support something if it was part of next year's budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Before I go to the one go back, I see Ms. Schultz wants to speak to the motion. I, too, want to add a few comments. Many of you know that I chaired the Advanced Academic Programs Advisory Committee for a number of years. And when we did look at the middle school programs as part of that committee, it became very apparent that we do not have a consistent delivery of programs across each of our middle schools, and that there was real disparity between certain middle schools that had more of a focus on remediation and others that focused on enrichment. And what this does is it actually starts to address that discrepancy or that disparity. I worked with you earlier this year, Ms. Evans, on the importance of having a more systematic and holistic approach to addressing the enrichment needs at our high poverty schools. And what we know is that in certain schools there is a large plethora of programs that allow students to follow their passion or explore their passion in a number of different areas. We also know in certain schools that doesn't exist. I actually got a phone call from a person in the community who expressed frustration that the middle school that her children went to did not have a significant number of enrichment programs. And so any way that we can address those disparities and ensure that we have a systematic approach to not only remediation but enrichment for all of our students across this county, we should be doing that. I do welcome the commitment by Dr. Brabrand that we will have transparency and accountability for how these funds, if they are allocated, will be spent at each of these schools. I think that is critical, that whenever we provide funding, we should have a mechanism which ensures that everybody knows how this money is being spent and what positive outcomes result from this funding. And so I will be supporting this. I do understand and appreciate my colleagues who have mentioned that this is a late coming amendment to the year-end funding. However, it's not something that we haven't talked about. And it's not something that we didn't talk about this year. It's something that we talked about this year. We talked about for years ago As the chair of the APAC, I came to this board and testified. I believe, Mr. Moon, you were the liaison to APAC at the time, and we expressed the need for increased after-school programming at some of our high-need schools, so I'm happy to see this. Thank you. Ms. Schultz.
Yeah, so apparently if we have a late amendment, it just depends on who provides the late amendment. It's incredible. Look, I have no statistics on attendance over time at a high poverty school versus a low poverty school. I don't know who's participating. I don't know which programs. I just went, because I haven't had a middle schooler for a while, I went and looked at my school. Some of the after school stuff is academic. Some of it's clubs. Some of it's just free time. Some of it's athletics. So I don't know that it's, I mean, ostensibly this is maybe to help academics, although I don't know. And again, there's no directed funding. I think about things like the MSAOC report that specifically recommended full-time additional psychologists and social workers in high poverty schools. So I'm going to express and share some of Mr. McElveen's frustration. This looks like picking and choosing, like that you thought of, you know, we all pulled our stuff back or had our stuff taken off of the year-end budget, and now just because we can, we're just putting some of it back in. And I haven't had a conversation with principals or the superintendent about what's more important. You know, I have schools that don't have AVID in middle school. That's a crucial program. There are special ed needs that are not met. You know, we heard some of that earlier this evening. So I don't know the value of this. I don't know the participation rate. I don't know what's going to be gained from this. I mean, it's the kind of amendment that it sounds good, so we should do it. But there's no data to inform this decision. And those are the worst decisions of all, is that if we do not understand who's participating, how the money's going to be used, how it's going to be measured, what the return is, why these schools and not other schools, why 40%. I mean, we've just, you know, it's your list and you picked 40 and you got some money on there, and okay. You know, what about, you know, I'm going to channel because she's overseas and can't speak for herself. What about, you know, a nurse and a full-time wraparound services in community schools? It's another thing that came from the MSAOC report. And that's not here. And I don't have any ability to have a conversation about valuing one over the other. It's just because this is the amendment that made it to the table. And so absent an understanding about what principals, how they're going to use it and how we're going to measure it, I mean, it's tough because you make it sound like it's a great, and you know, who wants to vote against poverty and who wants to get a vote against giving kids stuff, but that's not the question. The question is how we're using the money and on what priorities, and which priorities are, frankly, a higher priority, and how you meet those needs. And I don't have any information to inform me, so I'm not going to vote against this, but I am going to abstain.
So with that, I will call for a vote on the amendment, which is before us on the screen. All those in favor? So I have Ms. Strauss, Ms. Hines, Ms. Palchik, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Derenak-Kofax, Mr. Moon, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Evans, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. Those opposed, those abstaining, Mr. Wilson and Ms. Schultz. That motion carries. I now call on Ms. Keys-Gamarra for an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend the main motion by adding $200,000 for a pilot program to provide feminine hygiene products in bins or dispensers at the 12 FCPS schools listed below: Clearview Elementary School, Herndon Elementary School, Herndon High School, Annandale Terrace Elementary School, Pole Middle School, Hayfield Elementary School, Hayfield Secondary School, Twain Middle School, Fairview Elementary School, Robinson Secondary School, Willow Spring Elementary School, Westfield High School. The FY beginning balance will be reduced by $200,000.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McElveen. Ms. Keys-Gamarra, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. As my colleagues know, I brought this as a follow-on motion to our legislative agenda several months ago. And since that time, I have done a great deal of research in our community, talked with our staff members, heard from our students, and I think perhaps of all of those, the most important thing is that this action began with students. In Justice High School, they recognized that period poverty is not just an issue for third world countries, but that we are actually dealing with these issues in the United States. And I began to hear from girls who felt that walking to the nurse to get these supplies was a type of a walk of shame, and that they were staying home, that they were experiencing absences just to avoid having to deal with this issue at school. And then I began to think about, why are we forcing girls to deal with these issues that rightly belong in the bathroom, are dealt with in the bathroom, yet we place an additional burden on them to go to the nurse? Now, prior to now, girls who needed these supplies would have to sign for those products. And the superintendent has graciously agreed to remove that barrier. But make no mistake, it continues to be a barrier. And I have sat at this dais time and time again to talk about, how do we remove barriers for any group? It doesn't matter who they are. And when we talk about young girls, dealing with their changing bodies can be embarrassing. They are not always comfortable. When you think about girls turning 11 and 12 years old in middle school age, they don't possess perhaps the maturity that older girls do. And so I really see this as removing a barrier, an unnecessary barrier that was really created by our way of looking at things. I remember talking, and I won't embarrass our staff member who I chatted with, and I thought, well, why would we go to the nurse's office for something that we clearly need to use in the bathroom? I mean, why don't we just tell everybody to go get their toilet paper in the nurse's office and then go to the bathroom? That would truly be cumbersome. Well, I don't think it's appropriate to leave a barrier just on certain girls who are going through a very natural process. It can create shame. It can cause them to feel differently and to hide. And that is not what we want to create in the educational environment. We want a welcoming, caring culture. And I believe that this is a way to work toward that. And I appreciate the staff's work in looking at this issue again. I think that it's really a shift that it is a cultural shift in how we think about things. And so I appreciate the opportunity to bring this to my colleagues and to support members of our community, particularly young people who have spoken out and said, this isn't right. And I had to say, you know, you're correct. And so I think it is our job as members of the school board to listen to our youngest constituents and address their concerns.
Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very grateful to Ms. Keys-Gamarra for bringing forward this motion tonight and for her work and advocacy on this issue. I am immensely honored to second it. About 18 months ago or so, Ms. Palchik and I began speaking with staff on the issue of menstrual equity as a result of community advocacy stemming from the BRA's advocacy group and the leadership of that organization. And that effort, I think, began discussions within our system led by Assistant Superintendent of Special Services, Teresa Johnson, on the provision of these supplies. As Ms. Keys-Gamarra stated, this is not just a local issue. This is a whole of society issue, and it is a global issue. As a society and a global community, we need to stop stigmatizing periods, and this is a small effort to begin that work. We know that this is a very important issue to our female students. We hear from them quite often, actually, on this issue. But we also know that this effort will help us with systemic issues in our system, and one I will point to is attendance. We know that attendance is a major problem, and this pilot will give students comfort knowing that even if they are on their periods and don't have access to these products, they know they can find them at school without having to navigate a system of school protocols or sign-in processes at our clinics. They also won't have to potentially leave school early when accidents happen. And as for the parent community, parents will have one fewer reason to need to leave work early to come pick up their students in those instances. So, and Ms. Keys-Gamarra made reference to this. In addition to this financial issue that's being raised tonight, there are other actions that we can take, and the superintendent has provided us with those opportunities. Last year, as a follow-on to our legislative program, we did discuss this issue, but I do believe this year we can include it as a legislative priority in our legislative program to support the inclusion of menstrual supplies in programming to support low-income families, and that obviously is with reference to federal programs that do not include them. Secondly, we can ask the county health department to waive the sign-in practices at our clinics. Now we will be providing these things in the restrooms, but there are other supplies that our clinics hold that students shouldn't necessarily have to have the burden of signing in and going through a screening process to get. And finally, and I think this is key, while we are providing pilot funding for this, as we move forward as a school system, we need to look to the best practices infrastructure-wise of incorporating dispensers and receptacles in our restrooms and making sure that that is included in our CIP as part of all new school construction. So this discussion does not end tonight. This is a very meager effort, but it is an important effort. And again, I'm so proud of Ms. Keys-Gamarra and this board for taking it on.
Ms. Schultz.
I never thought I was going to be talking about menstrual equity. The notion that we are being told at the dais that this is a rampant problem, that lots of people are contacting us, that we need to spend $200,000, and that's just a start, because remember, once it's a pilot program, off it goes. We're never going to not spend less. We're only going to spend more. That this is the work of a school board. I have highlighted any number of unfunded priorities in the school system. Minority student achievement has not moved. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it. We have not gotten the gap closed. They have closed the gap in other school districts. There is no minority student achievement gap at George Mason University. So we could be collaborating on something very important in our own backyard that makes real life, trajectory changing, academic success within reach of children. And we are debating that that young ladies shouldn't go to the nurse for a tampon. We have the supplies. We actually have lots of evidence unfortunately, of children tampering with machines in bathrooms. And the decision was made to put them in the nurse's office to have a wise form of access. There's also a measure of personal responsibility. We're supposed to be creating, in our portrait of a graduate, people who have the ability to go into life and navigate the difficulties of life. And if you can't bring a tampon or a sanitary pad to school, or you are surprised, then we provide the means to take care of that. To alter this and pick, by my count, I don't know how many there are. One is almost exclusively my school, and I wasn't consulted on this whatsoever. That a number of these are elementary schools without any statistics. Again, we're making a decision with no information in front of us. How many students access a nurse in a given year in an elementary school for tampons? How many do it at middle school? How many do it in high school? Where is there a gap? Why these schools? There's no clarity in why these schools. And I appreciate the passion for special projects, and with a fully funded budget and $6.6 million on top of that as a gift from the governor, we still have unfunded academic priorities for our students. We have unfunded safety and security priorities to keep our students safe. We have 1.5 million square feet of infrastructure in which our children attend trailers every day. And so I just feel like we are off-roading, and maybe off-roading in a Prius, and we're going to get stuck in the weeds where we're not supposed to be, and we need to get back to some serious academic concerns, and if nothing else, go back to, we have advisory committees for a reason. This is not the work of the board, is to just at year-end budget, because we can pick off $250,000 here and $250,000 there for special projects. We have the Minority Student Achievement Committee, the Human Resources Advisory Committee, that give us the FCPS and Head Start, that give us the priorities. And that's what we should be focusing on, are all of the recommendations from all of our committees and other things that we know are still unmet in our schools. And this is not the way to go around the business of the board and stewardship of taxpayer dollars.
Ms. Hines.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to disagree with Mrs. Schultz. I think if there's a $200,000 item at year end that will close the achievement gap, I would hope that someone on the board would bring it to us, right? I mean, this is not a choice between closing the achievement gap or responding to a concern that our students have brought to us. And it's a wellness concern. And, you know, if you're not in school because of this issue, of a health and wellness issue, then you're not available for learning. So this is a learning issue as well. So I understand, you know, at year end, we have a little bit of money, and I think I wouldn't say that these are pet projects. These are things that come up in our engagement with the community, and I've heard this a lot. There's been significant advocacy about this down in Richmond. There's been significant advocacy about this with members of this board. I certainly have heard it. And, you know, I mean, Mrs. Schultz, I think, is correct that $200,000 here, $200,000 there, you know, pretty soon it's real money, right? It's true. But when we have an opportunity at year end to spend some one-time money for materials and to expand a pilot that has been a little bit slow in growing, I think. That's probably an understatement. I appreciate being able to do this now. We always are making priorities when it comes to any budget decision. We're deciding priorities, and that's just what we do. And we're not all going to always agree on that. But I did have a question. The schools that were chosen, do we have a sense of why these particular schools were chosen?
I am going to pass this question to Teresa Johnson to explain, because I actually saw this list today. So if she could expand on her concern, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Certainly. Staff was looking to mix up schools in the region, so looking at various regions, also schools that were poverty and non-poverty schools. And frankly, we were looking for schools where we expected to get some support. The list could be flexible. More schools could be added with the amount of money that's being asked up there. So I think that we do have some flexibility in adding schools.
Thank you.
May I add to, okay. And the other thing, Dr. Johnson, I'm not sure whether you've heard this or not. I know I have, but there are members in the community who have wanted to participate with this and help to support. I know I was contacted by, I believe it was the sorority that was here earlier, that wanted to help us because they had heard me speak on this issue and they were like, just tell me where to take it, right? So I do think that we have a great opportunity for collaboration with the community because they are, you know, we are a caring community and we do need to sometimes give folks an opportunity to understand what's going on in our schools and we feel like, you know, our kids can benefit from that collaboration.
Ms. Hines, are you finished? Okay, Ms. Palchik?
Yes, thank you. I also want to thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Mr. McElveen for bringing this forward, and Teresa Johnson. I know since we spoke with you, you've been working with staff and doing some research on this. My first question was a little bit about the schools, but before that, I do just want to say I appreciate the work, and I too was surprised. This is the kind of work I was doing when I was in Western Kenya with a school of girls who had room and board, but were not able to afford sanitary napkins, you know, soap, etc., and that created quite a hardship. So I was shocked when I started to learn that we were seeing this here, and I continue to hear more and more. I also know, and I appreciate that we've taken, you know, a measured response. I know there was some legislation being looked at in Richmond. I think it came as a bit of a surprise to us, and I appreciate that there's some research being done. I think some of the concerns or questions have been around, you know, being able to gather data. I believe another school system, I can't remember if it was Manassas Park City Schools, has already done a pilot program. I don't know if Dr. Johnson, if you have any information, if they had any issues, or if we feel that we're going to be able to address some of the challenges that could arise.
I don't have specific information about school systems and their research that they've been conducting. So we are interested in gathering data, how many products are used by month, what attendance looks like, those types of data points, but we'd also like to have focus groups with students.
To have the what? Sorry, was the
focus groups?
Okay. Perfect, excellent. I was going to ask about that. So I appreciate you saying that. That was going to be one of my requests, is that we be able to collect data, to have focus groups, and to be able to, as the largest school system in Virginia, also be able to use this to inform possible, you know, state programs that might be looked at. I think this is critical, and I also appreciate, I think an initial request from some of our advocates was to start with high schools, and I had heard that there was a big concern around ensuring access in elementary schools, upper grades, and middle schools. So I do appreciate that's there. I don't see a single school listed in the Providence District, so I will share that that is a concern of mine, especially the school we're sitting in. I know could definitely use that support in the pilot program. So while I appreciate that you were trying to give us the schools, because I'm sure that question was going to be asked, I guess I don't have a motion yet, but I'm leaning toward a motion that maybe reviews the schools. I don't know them all in my head and know exactly where they're situated, the ones on this list, but perhaps to come back to the board with a list of schools and reasoning for why those schools were chosen, and to make sure that they are spread out across the districts.
Yes, Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
I control myself, I'm sorry. Two things. One, as Ms. Johnson said, this list is something we can discuss. Again, I hadn't even seen the list until today. But I also wanted to mention with respect to research, some of the students that have worked on this are at Justice High School, and they have done surveys amongst their students, and very encouraging. And they've noticed a difference in girls participating, feeling much more confident, not having to skip schools. And it actually is a student-run program. They have put dispensers in their own bathrooms. Their girls' organization oversees them. They maintain them. They have not had vandalism. They have not had waste. And so I'm very, very proud that these young ladies, these leaders, noticed a problem, addressed this issue, and they are overseeing it in a respectful way that we can be proud of, that our students are grateful for this opportunity, and we're not seeing some of the concerns that people would raise, tearing up misusing the products or tearing up the dispensers that they're providing and that sort of thing. And so that provides a basis for me, as well as being very hopeful that as we engender a respectful environment in all of our schools, we are actually giving our students, some leadership opportunities here and expecting more of them, and I think that's quite appropriate.
I appreciate that, and thank you for sharing that, Ms. Kizkamara. I had heard that there were some students involved, and so I know this is in timing important because there are, year-end funds that can be put toward the pilot. I do think also be beneficial for all of us to be able to hear, more about the programs and what's happening. So it sounds to me that, I don't know if I understood Ms. Johnson correctly, but it could be 12 plus schools. It sounds like a minimum of 12, but could be more, and that we want to have them geographically dispersed. And you also reminded me the other reason I'd heard elementary school and middle school are so important is that oftentimes that's when it's even harder. Girls are still beginning to learn how to be prepared and how to come to school if they can be prepared. So I guess I would like to provide an amendment to change the language to say bins or dispensers at 12 or more FCPS schools, dispersed geographically across Fairfax County, and period.
I am open to a friendly amendment. I do think that it is appropriate to come back to the board once. I'd like to get input from my fellow colleagues. I know that you guys represent your magisterial districts. You may want to have input. Staff pulled this together for me, and I'm very appreciative. But I certainly want us to feel that we've had an opportunity to participate in this process, and so. To the extent that, I guess, does your language cover what I just said?
I guess dispensers at 12 or more FCPS schools to be dispersed geographically and to return to the board with a work session. I don't know if we can do a work session, or to return to the board with more information on the schools and the scope of the program.
Let me. I see Dr. Johnson back there squinting, so I want to give her an opportunity to suggest how best to go forward.
Very interested in bringing information back to the board once we start collecting data, and just provide an update as we're moving along through the year, and perhaps we'll have the opportunity to add even more schools as we're moving on through the school year.
And it could be, right, a Braybrand briefing could be an initial place
if I could, we could do in the
list.
Braybrand briefing. Here's what I'd say just to facilitate this. If you have some, you could share them with Ms. Kizkamara, who can work, or you can share them directly with me, and we can have the list. I'll put it in the BB to let you see the final list. We're estimating, and for another conversation I can have with the chair and vice chair about process. It's hard at the end to try to pull this together. I mean, frankly, it is for staff. I'll be honest about that. We're doing estimates. We're doing estimated participation rates of use. So I don't have, that's why we said 200,000, sort of a broad number. As we're going through this and as we're refining our costs, we may have flexibility to add some schools. So if there are ones that you feel strongly about adding, and we can reach out to those schools and work with them, we would certainly do so. I want to really applaud Ms. Johnson for her staff's work in pulling this together and here at the year end and reaching out to schools over the summer to try to address the concerns that have been brought up for the board for some time. And I will say something that was said earlier, and honestly, I was asking Ms. Johnson, I'm learning more about this as a superintendent, that we're trying to do something with a system perspective. That's why it is elementary, middle, and high. That's why we are going to collect survey data and really look at this at a lens about how do we approach this systematically. And I do think some of what other board members said, there have been discussions, I think elsewhere outside of Fairfax County about this issue down in Richmond, and how can this work help inform that. So I think we're going to have real data to be able to share with the board. And I commit to you tonight that we're going to share some information with this board prior to me bringing you my proposed budget for FY21, so you can decide whether it's a priority moving forward and not just one-time money for a pilot.
Ms. Derenak-Kovacs.
Thank you. There have been many of us that have had our hands in this amendment, and I think it did come late, and I appreciate staff's best efforts to get this done. I really do. I do think there maybe needs to be conversation around the schools that are listed, and I think we can work to get that done. I also want to just talk about, when I brought this up to Dr. Brabrand, I said it sometimes just exasperates me because it's one of these things that seems so simple and yet has become kind of complex, right? It is something that, and I wasn't even aware, and I'm not certain, I think we need to gather real data. How big is the problem? I can tell you in my kids' schools, the dispensers were there, the products were there was no charge. So I am not certain how big this problem is. I also think, I will say this, while every young woman deserves to have access to them in a way that is not embarrassing, that is crucial. But if the problem why sometimes they were pulled out was they were being vandalized, we need to learn, there's a certain sense of personal responsibility. If you're going to vandalize something that you need, then, that has to be dealt with too in an individual school, by school basis, because that's my understanding. So that's my understanding at this point. I think in the end, I appreciate this. Of course, I will support this, but I think and Dr. Brabrand, as you move forward in next year's budget, we have to have answers to those questions. Why were they taken out? How many really need it? How many still have it? Is it still a problem? And what can we do to simplify this and just make it an accommodation for a monthly occurrence that occurs from, women in young women from elementary school to high school. So this is a start. I don't think anybody's being critical of the staff at all, because this came to you in the ninth hour or 19th hour, whatever. So thank you, and thank you for my colleagues who brought this forward, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Ms. Derenak-Kovacs. I have Mr. Wilson, Ms. Evans, and then Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask a couple of questions to Ms. Johnson about the selection of the schools. It looks like 6 elementary schools were selected. Can you just talk about how half of the schools that were listed ended up being elementary schools? What was the thought process there?
Well, we are very interested in looking at the elementary perspective, because we feel some of the information that we've gotten has been that elementary students are less likely to go to the clinic and more afraid to ask for the products. So again, that this was putting these schools together. We'd already reached out to a number of these principals, and it was about the regions, schools we thought where we'd get support from the administration in moving forward, and looking at the poverty and non-poverty. So again, we're certainly open to adding schools, because we certainly didn't intentionally leave out any particular district.
Right. So, so that was an intentional decision to have the 2 middle schools and then 6 elementary schools. That was an intentional decision to skew it that way.
Yes.
Okay. You know, I have to say that this is a last day, last minute amendment, and it is something that none of us, as far as I know, have discussed at this table or in a work session. And again, I think this discussion would be appropriate after having a briefing from staff and a work session and talking about this. As it is, sort of the last 11th hour, 12th hour addition of an amendment, which I think I heard that we are doing our small effort to closing the international menstrual equity gap, has frankly me thinking that we've stepped into an episode from Rod Serling's Twilight Zone a little bit. I mean, I think that honestly, the public watching this and thinking about how this board is choosing to prioritize issues that face this board, and they're serious issues. And then at the very last moment, we can reach in and use our ladle to dollop out a few $100,000 on an issue that none of us have discussed. Frankly, is maybe the high point of the poor governance that this board has offered the county. It's not that it's not an important issue. I have 2 daughters and 2 sons. My younger daughter is in school now in Fairfax County. This is not a problem that's new, so we don't need to rush it. It's going to exist next year. And I think we need to put this into perspective with all of the issues that this board talks about, because and there's a lot of international equity gaps that we could be addressing in a small way in Fairfax County. But, you know, I don't mean to make light of the topic, because I have 2 daughters, and you know, this is a real natural developmental stage that girls go to become young women. I'm not belittling at all, but it's not a new problem. So we shouldn't be talking about it at the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Ms. Evans.
First, I wanted to very much thank Ms. Keys-Gamarra for her bringing this forward, and for Mr. McElveen for seconding it, and for all of those who've had discussions about this. I think we've identified an issue that is an important issue, and I want to say how proud I am of the students at Justice High School for their advocacy and for creating their own pilot at that school, and I'm delighted to hear about the success of that program. My questions are similar to some that my colleagues have asked. I have to say I was surprised when I saw the list of schools. I guess my first impression was, well, at our high schools, we basically got 100% of the girls that this would apply to. At our middle schools, we have, you know, a majority of the girls that this would apply to. So I was surprised to see that half of those on the list were elementary schools. But Ms. Johnson, I understand what you're saying, that we want to see at those schools how would this play out. I'm less concerned about. It sounds like this was put together fairly quickly, and so the idea that some of these are because we've got administrators who were the most receptive the quickest. That's probably not the best way to make a decision about this list, is my feeling. I don't know that geographical, I don't know that having an equal number in different parts of the county is as important as making sure that we provide these products where they're most needed if we can identify that. So I do have some skepticism about the list and how it was developed. So
Do we have, yeah, you mentioned, maybe this is a question for Dr. Brabrand or perhaps for Ms. Burden, but the 200,000, I believe you said that it could go for more than 12 schools. Do we have a sense, and I realize this is, I didn't ask this question before we got to the board table, so you may not have the answer, but how far would those funds go if it goes beyond 12? Do we know at this point, or do we have an estimate, or were you trying to pull
So,
this?
as Dr. Brabrand shared, this was a lot of estimation because we're not clear at this point. We know how much we have in the warehouse right now and approximately how much is utilized from supplies that schools are ordering. So, anticipating that demand is going to go up significantly, we were doing our best to estimate. So, I do believe that there's flexibility in the request to add additional schools. Because what we were counting on was about 25% of the female population, and that was really based on some research about 21% of students under the age of 18 living in poverty. So we're doing a lot of guessing here, and that's part of the reason we really wanted to gather some data before moving forward. But I don't think that I think we could very easily add additional schools. Maybe not 20 more, but we could certainly add additional schools.
So have we asked Justice High School how much their program is costing?
I have reached out to Principal Eck, and I don't think that they've been tracking the number of supplies that have been going out, but I'm waiting to hear back from her.
Okay. Well, I guess overall, I think this is a very worthwhile goal and a worthwhile pilot. I do hear about girls missing school just because they can't afford the proper products to go to school and be comfortable. So I do think this is something that we need to address. And as Ms. Keys-Gamarra said, we wouldn't tell people to bring their own toilet paper to school. We wouldn't bring them to tell them to bring their own paper towels to school. We provide those while they're at school. So I guess my advocacy at this point is similar to Ms. Palchik's. I think we might do better at this point because there have been so many questions about which schools to perhaps make this a bit simpler and say that we will provide these funds for a pilot, not even necessarily put the number in there, but suggest that a list, perhaps a little bit more consideration about different factors. Ms. Keys-Gamarra is suggesting that somebody's putting together, Mr. Moon is putting together an amendment. Well, that would be, I would support that because I think rather than tying ourselves to particular schools that, I would support having it be broader and providing a pilot with the list to be gotten to us at a later time. But thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. I have Mr. Moon.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank my colleague, Karen Keys-Gamarra, for bringing to our attention. But at the same time, as far as the list of schools is concerned, that I think this board requires a little more time to discuss and ask questions, and this particular list might be premature, for board to approve. So I have, Madam Chair, I have a substitute motion. So I move to amend the motion by way of a substitute motion by replacing the amendment as follows. I move to amend the main motion by setting aside for a pilot program to provide feminine hygiene products and bins or dispensers at the schools to be determined and approved by school board by the end of September 2019.
Second.
Setting aside how much money? Well, let's read it.
Do you want me to read one more time?
Yes, please, Mr.
And,
Moon.
I'm hoping to be able to do it. So I move to amend the main motion by setting aside for a pilot program to provide the feminine hygiene products and beanwell dispensers at the schools to be determined and approved by the school board by the end of September 2019.
Yeah, do you have a fiscal impact on it?
I thought I put $200,000.
$200,000.
Setting aside $200,000, I'm sorry. This is what happens when you try to bring something.
So,
at
Mr.
the last
Moon, it would
minute.
read, I move to amend the main motion by setting aside $200,000 for a pilot program to provide feminine hygiene products and dispensers at schools to be determined and approved by the school board by September 2019.
By the end of September 2019.
By the end of September
2019.
Okay, and that is seconded by Ms. Palchik? Okay. Ms.
Since that's my motion, may I
Yes.
speak? I know, again, I want to thank my colleague, Ms. Karen Keys-Gamara for bringing this to our attention. Thus, I think my substitute motion provides us a little more time so that we can have a chance to discuss a little further and get more information about the selection of the schools. And it could be same 12 schools, or it could be a more or different schools. And I don't see an urgency to have the names of schools to be decided tonight. It could be done by the end of September. Could still provide, what the maker of the motion, your amendment, is trying to accomplish.
Although I have a comment on how best to proceed, Mr. Moon. I didn't
Sure.
understand you wanted to substitute.
So I was going to offer,
Actually,
if you'd
Ms.
like to be the
Keys-Gamarra,
second. Ms.
let
Keys-
Ms. Palchik speak to her second, and then you will be first up.
I want to offer if Ms. Keys-Gamarra would like to make the second. I was thinking we were doing an amendment, so.
I think what Mr. Moon did, this is what I wanted to clarify. I think the language all the way up to hygiene products and bins or dispensers at the schools is the same. The adjustment is to be determined and approved by the school board by the end of September 2019. So that's a friendly amendment.
You're stripping out.
Madam,
Mr. Moon, would you like to respond to Ms. Keys-Gamarra?
Madam Chair, thank you. I think the additional change is, instead of adding, I think I changed it to setting aside. And also, I think when I first began as a board member long ago, that the parliamentary procedure class I took in there, I was told that there is no such a thing as a friendly amendment. Amendment is an amendment. And so mine is a substitute motion, which is an amendment to this amendment. So it's an amendment, ma'am.
And Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Palchik is offering that you would second it instead of her.
That's fine. That's fine. I disagree with the parliament. We have had friendly amendments at this table before. So I'm not sure that I agree with that assessment, but if that's the only way I can get this through, that's fine.
Ms. Palchik, are you finished with your?
I think the alternate is to offer, if you agree with the language, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, if you would like to change the language of your amendment. I think this should be yours, so I'm.
So,
But I
Madam-
guess.
Madam Chair, may
yes,
I?
Mr. Moon.
I mean, I have no intent to claim any credit for this motion. I was just trying to facilitate the conversation at this table to have this come to a conclusion. Nothing other than that. So it doesn't have to confront me.
So, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, would you like to respond to Mr. Moon's suggestion, and would you like to make the amendment yourself, or modify your motion to accommodate this?
Which is what I was suggesting, because I think the difference is the last, 5 or 7 words. Is that correct?
No.
Rather than the list below, it's listed below, rather than at the delete listed below. Is that correct? You would delete listed below and
Mr.
then.
Moon sets aside $200,000 but doesn't commit it until the full list is provided to the board in September. That's how I see the difference. One is to amend the main motion by adding $200,000 for a pilot program. The other is to put it aside and then have the board vote on what schools are included. At least that's how I read it.
I guess it's just a matter of what this board is more comfortable with. I'm more comfortable with, I move to amend the main motion by adding $200,000 for a pilot program to provide feminine hygiene products and bins or dispensers at the schools to be determined and approved by the school board by the end of September 2019. That removes the delay that Ms. Corbett Sanders just identified. Does that make sense?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Moon, would you like to respond?
As I stated that I was not the one who had thought about bringing this to the table this evening, and I have no plan to claim any credit for this one. That's not my intent. Again, I just wanted to facilitate the discussion. Just following the parliamentary procedure, my motion, substitute motion, has been moved and seconded, and now it belongs to the table. So now I don't even have to vote for my own motion, and then subsequently could yield to my dearest colleague, Karen Gamara, to come up with her own amendment. So if we could, Madam Chair, could you just vote on my amendment and have it voted down and have Ms. Karen Gamara come up with an alternative language so that we could support her.
Ms. Corbett Sanders, we need to add to the end of the amendment on the table now, the FY21 beginning balance would be reduced by $200,000.
Correct. I was going to raise that after we dealt with the motion on the table. So let's go ahead and vote on Mr. Moon's motion, and then we will go back to the main motion. So all those in favor of Mr. Moon's motion as written, as displayed on the screen, please raise your hand. So that is Ms. Strauss and Mr. McElveen. Those opposed? Those abstain? Oh, Ms. Schultz and Ms. Evans and Mr. Those abstaining? So that motion fails, and we're going to go to...
Madam Chair, what was the count? What was the count?
Okay, we will I'm sorry, what?
Parliamentary question here. It sounds like Mr. Moon is really trying to withdraw his substitute motion. Am I correct, Mr. Moon?
Yes.
So
yes.
Is it not possible for Mr. Moon simply to withdraw it? Is that?
He can withdraw his motion if you would like.
All right.
I am just trying to follow my own knowledge of parliamentary procedure. Motion belongs to the table. It's not mine anymore. Yes. So I have nothing to withdraw. It belongs to the assembly.
So I'm sorry. We had, It's fine. I will, we had two that supported Mr. Moon's motion. We had one that opposed Mr. Moon's motion, and we had, you're going to oppose it? Okay. So the motion now does not pass, although, and so we will now go to the main motion on the table. Ms. Keys-Gamarra, would you like to speak to your main motion?
Yes, I would like to amend the main motion to address concerns expressed by my colleagues. And I will take the second half of Mr. Moon's language so that we are not delaying. I want the money set aside now rather than a delay. And we simply are describing, we simply are identifying the schools at a later date.
Would you like to read the motion as it
I
should
have
be?
to look and, I need her, okay, let me do this. So, I move to amend the main motion by adding $200,000 for a pilot program to provide feminine hygiene products and bins or dispensers. Now I need to see his. At schools to be determined and approved by the school board by the end of September 2019, the FY29 beginning balance will be reduced by $200,000.
Second motion.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra, would you like to speak to your amended motion?
No.
Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your
I
second?
think I spoke way too much.
Okay. So, all those in favor of the motion as it is now, hold on, let's go ahead and wait until, okay. I'm going to read the motion. I move to amend the main I'm sorry. I move to amend the main motion by adding $200,000 for a pilot program to provide feminine hygiene products in bins or dispensers at schools to be determined and approved by the school board by the end of September 2019. The fiscal year 21 beginning balance will be reduced by $200,000, period. Okay. All those. This is it. All those in favor? Ms. Strauss, Ms. Palchik, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. Moon, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Evans, Ms. Corbett Sanders. Those opposed? Ms. Schultz and Mr. Wilson. That motion carries.
Madam Chair, now that's
Yes.
amendment.
Yeah, that amendment. Okay. No, we're not done yet, folks. I call on Ms. Schultz. Oh, I'm sorry. You have a Ms. Schultz. Do you have a follow-on motion, or do you have an amendment?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Hold on a second.
Madam Chair,
Huh?
point of order. I think tonight, point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Moon.
I think it's a parliamentary procedure evening. I think there was a motion we just passed was a substitute motion. So now that became a amendment. So we have to vote one more time on exactly the same thing.
Okay. I apologize. So now we are voting on the motion, which will be, I move to amend the main motion by adding $200,000 for a pilot program to provide feminine hygiene products and bins or dispensers at schools to be determined and approved by the school board by the end of September 2019. The fiscal year 21 beginning balance will be reduced by $200,000. All those in favor? Ms. Strauss, Ms. Hines, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. Moon, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Evans, Ms. Corbett Sanders. Those opposed, Mr. Wilson and Ms. Schultz. That motion carries. Okay. So I have a question. Ms. Schultz, do you have an amendment or a follow-on motion? It is a follow-on motion. Okay. Then the motion before us is that the school board approve the revenue and expenditure adjustments as detailed in the agenda item and as amended. All those in favor? Well, okay, all those in favor? Ms. Strauss, Ms. Hines, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Derenak Kofax, Mr. Moon, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Evans, Ms. Corbett Sanders. Those opposed? Mr. Wilson and Ms. Schultz. That motion carries. I now call on Ms. Schultz for a follow-on motion.
I move that the school board request the superintendent direct staff to provide an analysis on the advantages and disadvantages of a potential school board / board of supervisor revenue sharing agreement. The analysis will include information about other divisions in the Commonwealth that utilize revenue sharing agreements, as well as historical FCPS county transfer data.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Wilson. Ms. Schultz, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. So I spent some time, and I want to thank Ms. Burden. Gosh, you're still here. I feel so bad for you. For spending the time talking to me about this. I have brought forward in the past that the board and the Board of Supervisors and the FCPS staff and the county staff spend a lot of time on what is proverbially known as the dog and pony show of the generating a budget, presenting a budget, doing budget presentations back and forth, having public hearings. And I'm not saying that this is intended to eliminate all of that. Of course, we still have to do that. But it is to bring information to us about what a revenue sharing agreement might look like for a conversation only, because the historical data shows that over a 10+ year period, whatever the pie is that the county has in its budget, and about 74% of our budget comes from the county. About 74% of the budget comes from the county. A vast majority of the rest comes from the state, with a teeny tiny little slice from the federal government, about 1.6%, and some other, like the city of Fairfax. But the vast majority of it comes from the county, and so that's in a transfer. Almost to a T, it's about 53%. It doesn't matter how big the county budget is. If we're flush, it doesn't matter how small. The analogy is, if it's a Mrs. Fields pie or a homemade pie or a Costco pie, the pie is the pie, and we get 53% of it. And it doesn't matter how much we wail and gnash our teeth. It doesn't matter how collaborative the relationship has been, like with Mr. Hill and Dr. Brabrand. It's about 53%. And so how much staff time might we be able to save? How much board time, how much public angst may we be able to save if we had a revenue sharing agreement that said, and you could provide all the caveats in the world for unexpected student arrivals, increases, whatever, but I think it's time that we have a conversation. And so this is purely informational to ask staff to explore that. Ms. Burden happens to be somewhat of a subject matter expert, and she's actually taught classes for money on revenue sharing agreements. So she would be uniquely positioned to bring us some of that information and to help. I think this would also help strengthen our relationship with the Board of Supervisors and make it less adversarial going forward by sort of having a kind of a multi-year approach embedded in a revenue sharing agreement, as opposed to a battle that comes about and lasts about 330 out of the 365 days a year. So that's the motion. It's, again, purely to get information to bring to us for us to have a conversation.
Mr. Wilson, would you like to speak to your second?
Just briefly, Madam Chair, I think that, once again, Ms. Schultz has brought common sense proposal to the board. This sounds like exactly the kind of thing we should be talking about if we have to be talking at 11:15 at night, about the long-term financial design of budgeting for the county, including our schools. And I don't have the length of experience she does on the board to comment on the consistency of that share of the overall budget that we receive. But certainly, since I've been on the board, that rings true. And I think that certainly investigating this is a terrific idea, and I hope my colleagues will support it.
Ms. Strauss?
I will vote for the motion for the sake of discussion. This is something that has been discussed on and off for probably 30 years, and it has been turned down a number of times, both by the school board and by the Board of Supervisors. Revenue sharing agreements, there are those in other parts of Virginia and certainly in the country. And if people are unaware of both the pros and the cons, certainly a conversation would be useful. It tends not to advantage schools, and it tends to dampen community interest and support and robust conversations on what the needs of the children are. By Virginia code, the superintendent of schools must present to the funding body the needs of our children. And yes, if you take a look at the data, we tend to get about the same percent each year, but we have the opportunity to speak about our needs before the tax rate is set. And I believe we're in a better advocacy position if we don't have a revenue agreement. But it is important that people understand what it is, because it is routinely raised. And so the conversation, I think, is a useful one to have again. Thanks.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with having a conversation as long as, we're not tasking staff with something that's time-consuming, expensive, that sort of thing. So I think I probably need to ask some questions of Ms. Burden, if you don't mind. Since you are knowledgeable about it, if you wouldn't mind just giving us maybe a quick primer of, what is a revenue sharing agreement for those of us and those in the community who maybe need a little more information about it. I've been thinking that it's a situation where, and I'm probably wrong about this, but where whatever money we don't spend, we give back to the county, or this is a different animal. So I don't know, would you mind giving us just a quick?
Yeah, a revenue sharing agreement is just a agreed upon contract, I guess, between both elected bodies, the school board and the Board of Supervisors, so that the schools would receive a specific percentage of county revenue identified in the agreement. So you will see, I think there's one division down in the Shenandoah Valley where it's like 70%, because they only get a share of real estate taxes. Whereas here locally, Prince William and Arlington both have revenue sharing agreements. I think Prince William's is about 58%, Arlington's is about 48%, but they're differing parts of county revenue. It depends on what the agreement says. One component of the agreements is typically that there's a true-up at the end where the budgeted revenue is compared to the actual, and of course the actual is usually greater than the budget, and so there's a true-up, and so schools typically get some funding on the back end, which is why a lot of times these aren't popular with local governing bodies.
Okay, thank you. And so the idea is that this is year to year for predictability, right? We just have a percent. But is it possible, and does it happen that they are changed? The percent is changed fairly frequently or not?
In my experience, usually not. Divisions who are having high population growth, usually there is a component that addresses what would happen if there is a spike in enrollment and that sort of thing, because revenue sharing agreements don't really take that into consideration. I guess, it's, a revenue sharing agreement is really a political document. And once you get into them, in my observation, it is very difficult to get out of them.
Because the community and everybody gets used to doing it that way, I guess.
I'm not sure
politically,
why.
it's hard to change.
It's just very difficult to move away from it once you're in it.
So thank you. So just one more question, and I know you've only been with us for a couple of years. 1 year? Oh, sorry. Seems like you've always been here. But in my experience, it is roughly 53%, but I think it has fluctuated, and maybe I'm wrong, by as much as 1%. Is that in your?
That'll be part of the analysis to provide a historical perspective of what the county transfer has been as a percentage of county revenue. I don't know the answer to that. I know that it's been about 53% the last couple of years, but I don't know how it's fluctuated historically.
Okay. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Mr. McElveen? Mr. Moon?
I will support this motion that, it's probably prior to Mr. Schultz becoming a board member 8 years ago, that I had multiple times had discussion with my colleagues on this particular idea of a revenue sharing based upon certain percentage, whether they would be good for us, better for us, but for our board, for this board to have that discussion and have some, question and answer session and give some thought. That's a wonderful idea. I will support that.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra?
Yes, I just wanted to get some clarification from Ms. Schultz with respect to, I see we're directing the superintendent, but it seems that there would also have to be some fact gathering from the county as well, and whether you have spoken to the superintendent on how he might proceed. And he can answer the question, or you can answer the question.
I spent my time talking to Ms. Burden because I think it predominantly falls within hers. I mean, this is nothing new. I've brought this up probably perennially for at least, I think, probably 6 years.
Well, that's fine.
So,
I'll direct my question to Dr. Braybrand and how you think you might have to interface with the county.
Well, to provide the analysis, one thing on this motion that I like is that the time frame is not set for next month, or we have a little bit of time to work on this. In my head, and again, it's not in here, but we would certainly want to provide this to you in advance of our budget for this coming year, but something in the fall as you all were starting your budget process discussions. I'd certainly, the close relationship I have with the county executive is something we're very proud of, and the relationship that's happening between the boards. We've actually texted tonight, and I told him I'm at a school board meeting, so I haven't told him yet that we're talking about potential revenue sharing agreements, but I will after you vote on this motion. But honestly, I would reach out to him and get the information that we need. Marty meets a lot with his chief operating officer and budget person, along with Lee, with Joe Monduro. I'm sure we can get this information, get the analysis to you, and let you weigh the pros and cons. I will just say my one experience myself when I was away was looking at another school district. This was just my angle as a superintendent. One, when you get the agreement, then the negotiation becomes what's in the agreement, what's in the percentage, right? So that's the other piece. One is getting at the percentage itself, and then the other is deciding what pieces make up that percentage. But again, that would all be in a presentation, and then you all could ask questions of staff. And if we needed county folks, we could bring them as necessary.
Well, the reason I wanted to ask that question, Dr. Braybrand and Ms. Schultz, is no matter how much we research this, if the county doesn't believe that this is something that needs to happen, it's dead in the water. And so I think as part of this research, we have to get an idea of how the county is viewing this, whether this is even something feasible. And I do have some concern about the extent to which staff is spending, a great deal of time, and then the county's not open to it. And so I would just like to, kind of not invest as much of that time if they're not, if it's not even, there's a big political aspect to this. I mean, that's the reality of it. And so I would, while I'm happy to support asking the question, I think that we have to recognize the reality of what we're dealing with, and that there is a significant political aspect to this, and whether the county is even open to discussing it.
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Dr. Brabrand, you have your light on. Did you want to speak to this? No. Okay. Ms. Derenak-Kofax?
As I look at it, and it's directing the staff to provide an analysis of the advantages and disadvantages, I think Ms. Burden's answers kind of piqued my interest to think about, the fact an analysis might be interesting. It's not committing us to anything. It provides us with more information. The one thing that you said that gave me pause, Ms. Burden, was that, once you get in one, it's difficult to get out of one. And I think that's a big question that we will have, but we don't know the answers in some ways, and I'm probably way off base here, but I'm thinking it's kind of like a mortgage, right? Sometimes the ARM's the advantage, and sometimes the fixed mortgage is. And I'm thinking, how would, that's just the way my head's thinking right now. 53% is a great amount. Sometimes we've got less than 50%, 53%. And, and sometimes we got more, but not while I was on the board. Maybe when some of my colleagues here were on the board. But, a small pot, yeah, Mr. Moon. So I think I would be inclined to support this, just to get the analysis and see, and it does nothing to commit us to anything and just provides us with more information. And so as a former budget chair, 2 years now since I've been on the board, I've been the budget chair, I think it would be interesting to see that.
Thank you, Ms. Derenak-Kofax. I, too, am very interested in seeing this analysis. I know that in my lifetime, there were times where the Board of Supervisors granted more than 53%, and there have been times where they granted less than 53%. And so it would be helpful to understand both the pros and cons, but also putting it into historical context as to what we have received over the past, say, 20 years. The other piece that I think is really important here, which Dr. Brabrand alluded to, is what goes into any sort of revenue sharing agreement. Because, for example, we know that at the end of every year, there seems to be an excess amount of budget available at the county level, and that excess is not shared with the schools. And so would this include that excess? That would be something to understand, whether or not in other areas of the state, whether or not the revenue sharing was limited to the initial budget, or is it including the extra piece, or the excess at the end of the year? Because then we see things where there would be there might be a gaming of the system where you only allocate a certain amount of the budget and then have more afterwards. So I think this is intriguing. It'll be interesting to see the analysis and also some conversations that could possibly take place. So I will support this. Ms. Schultz, your light is on.
I just have a final word. On the issue of truing up, truing up can work both ways. And I will point to the fact that we overshot, for example, our estimate of the number of students that we were going to have this year by about 1,100 students. That's about $16.5 million. Now, we didn't give any money back, and we are not in a situation where the transfer arrangement with the Board of Supervisors right now on the operational budget is they give us, whatever 53% equals, and at the end, when we have, $81 million, that we have to hand back the $81 million, which that's the way it works in some school districts. And then you start all over again. We shouldn't let the notion of truing up scare us, I don't think. This could potentially prove to be a very good strategic relationship building exercise with the Board of Supervisors. I would like us to, if we pass this, pass it with the mindset a little bit like the CPDC discussion that we had at the work session the other night, that starting to think strategically with the Board of Supervisors and solving, problems down the road, beginning to solve those now instead of continually being stuck in reactionary mode and solving yesterday's problems tomorrow. I think this potentially could be an interesting conversation for us when staff's ready to present it.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I think we all agree that the more that we do collaboratively between the two boards in the spirit of one Fairfax, that's greatly appreciated. And so with that, I'm going to call for a vote on the follow-on motion. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The motion passes. I now call on, I want to remind our audience of the follow-on motion cast at the July 11th meeting, which read, I move to direct the superintendent to prepare for the board's consideration at the July 25th, 2019 meeting a potential change to the SR&R, that students whose cases are sent to the hearings office or appealed to the school board may be permitted to return to their pre-disciplinary offense classrooms after serving a 10-day suspension while the case before the hearings office or an appeal to the school board is pending. So I now call on Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to add the following language to Regulation 26.01.33P, Student Rights and Responsibilities, between the paragraphs B and C on page 44, subsection 7, suspension for 11 to 45 days unless certain misconduct has occurred under Section C, Disciplinary Procedures and Intervention in Chapter 2. At the conclusion of the division superintendent's hearing on the referral and subject to the superintendent's final written decision, the issue of the student's possible return to his or her current classes beginning on the next school day will be considered by the superintendent in consultation with the school principal. The student's return shall be allowed unless the superintendent concludes that doing so would endanger the well-being of others. In the event the student's parents subsequently appeal the superintendent's final written decision to the school board, the appeal may include a request for the student to attend classes and the reasons the parents believe the student would not endanger the well-being of others. An ad hoc 3-member committee of the school board may, following a review of the record then on file, allow the student to return to classes pending the final decision of the school board on the appeal.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McElveen. Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I wanted to be able to have fuller discussion about this, 2 weeks ago about discussion with the staff and fellow colleagues of mine that required a little more time. That is why the follow-on motion that we all passed at the last board meeting, direct the superintendent prepare something for us to be able to consider this evening. And during the last 2 weeks, superintendent, along with all the staff members, Dr. Duran and Ms. Johnson, Teresa Johnson, along with the division counselor, worked very diligently and was able to provide for something for me to consider to be able to present to the board. And this is what we have. We all know that the SRNR, the new SRNR we passed at the last meeting, included a lot of improvements, compared to prior years, and I was happy to support that. However, one area still lacking sufficient progress, in my mind, was in the area of interim placement while an appeal was pending. The entire disciplinary procedure should be based upon principles of fairness. Fairness to all, to the affected school community, but also to the students and families who are going through the disciplinary process. I'm a person of the belief that every disciplinary infraction deserves disciplinary consequence, whatever that may be. At the same time, I also believe that we should minimize the amount of time students going through the process to be out of regular classroom instruction. Even if the disciplinary consequences need to be punitive, I hope that we can avoid being academically punitive. Removing a student from regular classroom instruction is being academically punitive. When a student appeals a decision made by a principal or a hearings office, that student is appealing because he or she feels being treated unfairly. And while an appeal is pending, and until a final decision is made, we should treat the student fairly and avoid punishing him or her academically. My colleagues all know that the school board does not always agree with the disciplinary decisions made by the principals or hearings officers. And time again, we see students going through appeal process removed from their regular classrooms without being able to receive face-to-face instruction from teachers for weeks and months. And that is unfair to the student. What if the school board overturns the decision of the school hearings office completely? But student has already been out of his or her regular classrooms for an entire quarter. We will have done a fundamental wrong to the student. I understand the concerns that may be raised from a student who may have committed a serious infraction to be right back in the classroom. However, if the student does not pose a danger to himself or others in the classrooms, that student should be kept in the regular classrooms until the final disposition of the disciplinary cases. My amendment still provides the principals with the authority to suspend the student for up to 10 days. And I'm asking my colleagues' support.
Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your second?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Evans, I call on you for a motion, or for an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend the amendment by adding the words, "or if there is a victim or victims at the school, such as in cases of assault or sexual harassment," at the end of the second sentence, and to add the words, "unless there is a victim or victims at the school, such as in cases of assault or sexual harassment," at the end of the third sentence, so that the amendment will read, there needs to be a correction here. It's, this was changed earlier today. It's not, so it should take out alleged, and then put victims. Yeah, just make that plural, and then again, take out alleged. Victim or victims, yeah. There. And then it needs to be changed down at the bottom 2 more times.
Madam Chair, if we can dispense with the reading of the motion, I think we can all read what's on the screen.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Ms.
If
Schultz,
we could
I'm gonna wait
dispense
until
with
I
the
have a
reading of
second.
the entire, yeah, okay. Yes, I think that corrects it then. Thank you. So,
Ms. Evans, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Ms. Schultz. Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I strongly support what Mr. Moon is trying to do, getting kids back into class as soon as possible. We've dealt with this, and we've seen concerns about students who, for various reasons, have to wait longer than we would like to get disposition of their cases. At the same time, I think it needs to be made clear that in cases where there is a victim, that we won't be returning those students to school. And even though they're in the original amendment, it does say that the principal can say that there's a danger to the school, but I don't think that it should be left to the principal to say, well, maybe I can take care of the victim, you know, maybe I can deal with this situation. I think it would be better for us just to decide here and now that if there is a victim, particularly in cases of assault or sexual harassment, that we wouldn't be returning this student to their school until the disposition of the case. If it turns out that the student is deemed not to have participated in an assault or sexual harassment, then they could very well end up being sent back to school. But I don't think that we want to do that prematurely. I do take note that when we remove a student from a school for something serious like assault, that when the student has, when they're ready to return to a base school, we usually do say that they will not be returning to their base school if their victim is at the base school. We send them someplace else to make sure that the victim doesn't have to confront the person that either assaulted them or sexually harassed them. A secondary reason for this is because I think that it will simplify the process. If there are cases that are very serious cases like this, rather than requiring the principal to come forward and say, yes, this is a danger, rather than to convene a 3-member committee of this board and have us take a look at it and say, no, we're not going to return this student, I think we are in a position to simply state that right now. So this is, I do think it's in keeping with Mr. Moon's intent. So I really see this more as a clarification than a major change to what he's trying to do.
Ms. Schultz, would you like to speak to your second?
Just briefly, I recall recently when we had the discipline statistics, and I'm going to try to remember off the top of my head, that actually drug violations and alcohol violations were actually down compared to about 12 years ago, but disruptive behavior, actually I think disruptive behavior was about the same. The thing that was through the roof was assaults, up by like 250%, if I recall. So this would be the area I think that's appropriate for a carve-out, considering the trend in our statistics. It's not, when I say 250%, it doesn't mean, you know, that's not huge numbers, it's just statistically from the numbers in the past. So I don't want everybody to think that we have tons of assaults. We don't. We actually have, you know, relatively safe schools. But this, I think, balances on the knife's edge appropriately keeping kids in school. I mean, that's the whole goal. When I first got on the board, we were sending kids home left and right, and they'd sit languishing, and we'd spend a fortune sending teachers 2 kids to teach them, 3 and 4 and 5 teachers a week into their house to teach them different subjects. And you know, the cost of a student being out in the trajectory. The other thing we know is once a kid enters the discipline system and has a discipline event, their attendance in the future goes down and their GPA goes down. So they may not be found guilty, or it may not, we may not wind up imposing a penalty. And so the longest period of time that we can keep kids in school, and in my mind, we've actually already spent the money on this, because while I didn't support it at the time, there's a SOSA in every single high school. So the theory is that we already have created the sort of elasticity in the system to accommodate some of this. And some of the discipline changes that Ms. Evans and I in concert a little bit with Ms. McLaughlin, all the way back in 2013, we've seen the data from those changes that things have actually improved. And so I think Mr. Moon has it right, which is get the kids in school that can be sent back to school. But I think Ms. Evans has it right in that there's a carve-out that's necessary, and I think this is the right balance.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Ms. Hines?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask Ms. Evans a little bit about your language. I noticed that you say if there's a victim or victims at the school, such as in cases of assault or sexual harassment. So I assume you're using the phrase such as because you don't want to limit it to that, but you want to illustrate when you say victim or victims, you want to illustrate that you mean something like that and not the idea that, maybe you could just explain a little bit of where I'm trying to go. I'm sorry.
So those are when I was talking with Mr. Moon earlier today about this, those were the two areas where we really thought there would be primarily a victim in a serious case. And I didn't want it to be the kind of thing where someone might say, oh, well, if you're found with marijuana in your backpack, the entire school is a victim. That's not what I intend. I intend it to be an actual victim of a violation, of an offense. And so that's why I gave those cases, why I gave those examples, but it wouldn't necessarily be limited to that. I've toyed with the idea of taking the words such as out, because it may be that really the cases I'm talking about are various kinds of assault and sexual harassment, and then the other cases could be taken care of with a principal saying this student is too much of a danger to come back. So I'm good either way, specifying those two types of cases where people are victimized or saying such as.
Well, I guess I kind of like the such as because I'm thinking of bullying situations, and you didn't put bullying in there, but I can definitely think of bullying situations where that would be extremely difficult for a student to still be in the same space with someone who's been relentlessly bullying them, and that would not necessarily be described as assault or sexual harassment. It just, so I rather leave it a little bit loose like that, right? Because there'd be different ways that a student could be victimized. No, I appreciate this addition. I guess I'd like to hear if Mr. Moon has any thoughts about how it, if he was planning to respond. I'll be listening for that. Thank you.
Mr. Moon does have thoughts, and he's next on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Actually, Ms. Evans and I talked about this several times, and I do not oppose this particular amendment. What I'm trying to get at is this. We have never done this in FCPS. This is the first time I think we are taking, if this passes, with or without amendment passes, this is, I would consider this as a victory for major reform. And I want to see how this is going to impact on our students. And I want to be able to, board to be able to, through superintendent, collect the data and also be able to look at the analysis of the impact of this on students and school environment and et cetera. And if there's any we feel that there is a different way to do it better next year, then I'm sure next board, when it's a time to look at SRNR again in the springtime, they will have that opportunity. I think this is important first step, and I am just happy to get support from my colleagues in any way I can. I need 6 more votes.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Thank you. I agree with the spirit of this. I also have some concerns about language in light of understanding how litigious our society is, and when you say a concrete word like a victim, that suggests that we have proven something, and I'm not sure when we get these cases that it will be as concrete as that. And so I'm wondering if Mr. Foster might help us with language in terms of what might be the best. I was hoping you'd leave the word alleged in there, because I think that principals and folks may be in a position where they feel, well, we think that this could be a problem with this person because this is what we know at this time. But if we get pushback from that family, where the person who is allegedly the perpetrator, then this language, if it is concrete, I'm wondering if it could create some problems for us. So I present that to my fellow board members because I know we've had to struggle with different situations where we get pushback from one group or the other, and I think a little more comfortable with having a strong suspicion, right? We know sometimes these cases come to us and it takes a long time before they're actually adjudicated. Do you want that to be a hindrance for this, for the implementation of this? Mr. Foster, I don't know if you have any comments. I know it's really late. I'm so sorry. I wish I didn't have to ask you this question, but I am concerned. I think I'm actually more comfortable with the word alleged in there because it gives us flexibility just based on reasonableness at the time.
Mr. Foster, do you want to provide a comment? And I know Ms. Evans would like to respond as well.
Sure. Yeah, we looked at this. We worked with Ms. Evans on the language, and I think it is appropriate, given the scenario that's laid out in the amendment, to have it as victim or victims and not include alleged. And the reason I say that is, under the scenario that's laid out in the amendment, the principal and the division superintendent has already held the hearing. So a decision has been made at least by the principal, and that's why it's not alleged. It's simply the victim. That does not impact the ability of the school board, if it comes before the board on appeal, to reach its own decision or to reverse the decision that was made by the principal. But that was the reasoning behind having it as victim or victims and taking out alleged. I think that, and we're in open session, so I'm not going to get into a lot of detail, but I think putting the word alleged in gives, it creates potentially more problems in subsequent litigation than not having it in. So I'll leave it at that.
I just wanted us to think about that because I'll accept that explanation, Mr. Foster. Thank you.
So Ms. Derenak-Kovacs.
Thank you. I will be supporting this language as I appreciate Mr. Moon and your amendment, and but there was something that I couldn't quite put my finger on, and I feel Ms. Evans' extra words here are helping. I do, because she has a such as, I think one of my colleagues, and again, it's the late hour, one of my colleagues said something about bullying because I mentioned that to her, and I said, the idea, if there's a victim or victims, and she has such as, but it's not, it wouldn't not take into the case because it's that you're using that as an example. It wouldn't preclude if the oh my God, I can't speak. If the victim was a result of bullying as opposed to one of these two scenarios you laid out there, correct? And so I would be supporting these changes, and thank you for those.
I have Mr. Wilson, followed by Ms. Schultz.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So as I read these, I think that Mr. Moon's proposal is is appropriate. And what I like about the last sentence is that that he added in, it talks about the well-being of others, is that I think that, and I also appreciate the change that Ms. Evans has added to it, and would be comfortable with those as well. I think the key for me, though, is that, and this is for you, Dr. Brabrand, is that you know, the determination is still in the hands of the superintendent and the principal regarding whether or not the student returns to the classroom. And that's important because if this ad hoc committee and then ultimately board has a chance to review that decision, we're going to have to come to it with the perspective that the decision by the superintendent and the principal was unreasonable. Right, so I think what that means as a practical matter is it doesn't take away, and I don't think this language is intended to take away the authority and control of the principal and the superintendent, but it does mean that the principal and superintendent are going to have to provide a reasonable justification in those cases, so that when it is appealed, we have, as the three-member ad hoc committee or the board, has the ability to review appropriately the decision.
Dr. Brabrand, do you want to respond? Okay. Ms. Schultz?
I'm fine.
Yeah, just two quick things. My colleagues keep saying, well, they're worried about bullying. I remind you that assault includes verbal assault, so bullying would be covered under this language. And we already have the three-member panel framework in place. For those of us who've been on the board, multiple terms, we've had that placeholder, and every month we get there are no cases to be heard. So it's already, on our calendars, and so we would just activate it in the rare event that this would happen. So the framework is there, the language works, whether it's bullying or physical assault, because verbal or physical assault is covered by the language. So I think it should be passed as is.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. And with that, Mr. Moon?
Am I the last one?
You'll be the last word.
Okay, thank you. Just briefly one more time. I want to thank Superintendent and also Dr. Duran and Mrs. Johnson and Mr. Foster for working with me to come up with the language. I know that you had a lot of reservation about going this way, and I'm hoping that this new approach will bring in a positive results for our school system. If not, we can go back to how we used to be doing. But hopefully, I pray that this will make a positive difference to all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. And with that, I will call for the vote. The motion before us is to add the following language to Regulation 260133P, Student Rights and Responsibility, as amended by Ms. Evans' language. So we're first voting on Ms. Evans' amendment. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Now we will go to the next one, which is to vote on the amended language of Mr. Moon's motion. All those in favor? No, we passed the amendment to the amendment. Now we have to pass the actual. Oh, I'm sorry, Janie, I didn't see that.
Thank you. Yes, I have a question on the sequence of how this would actually work before we vote on the whole thing, because I'm just trying to picture it. So the student gets into trouble, serious enough so that it's referred to the hearings office, right?
Correct.
Okay, student may be on in-school suspension or out-of-school suspension, whatever it is, depending on how serious the situation is. Okay, the hearing is conducted. The final decision letter is sent. But then the question is, okay, whether or not he can go immediately to class. So my question is, what happens if the disposition letter says, and you will need to go to a different program placement? And because this one says it'll go directly to class. What are we waiting for at this point, since this occurs after the hearing and after the decision letter?
Okay, so let me give a try. Ms. Johnson, if I interpret this wrong, then you can correct me. A student's case goes to the hearings office. Until we get to the hearings office, normally it's going to happen within 10 days. Within 2 weeks, basically, 10 school days, the students will be suspended, will be out of classroom. And what I'm looking for is, and most of the time this is going to happen, at the conclusion of hearing, hearings officer, as the designee of the superintendent, will be able to tell the student and family what the interim placement was going to be. So, by the way, because it's going to take a number of days before a letter goes out. Sometimes a letter has to be translated as well. That takes a number of days, but at the conclusion of a hearing, hearings officer will be able to tell the student, and hearings officer will have heard from principal whether a particular student is going to be a danger to the well-being of others. And hearings officer is going to consider that feedback from the principal in making a decision on the interim placement until a letter goes out. And if the decision of the hearings officer is to keep the students suspended and keep the students out of classroom, then parents will have an opportunity to appeal to a 3-member committee about that interim placement. Because at that time, the student or parents is going to appeal the decision of the hearings officer to the school board as well. As a part of that, appealing it could ask 3-member committee to review the interim placement until the final decision is made by the full board. That's the process.
Okay.
Mrs. Johnson, did I interpret that wrong?
No, I think what you said is correct, Mr. Moon. My only thought is, and maybe this is where Ms. Strauss is going, where the second paragraph here says, subsequently appeal the superintendent's final written decision, which would come after. Ms. Strauss, is that what you were thinking?
Well, that's what I'm just trying to picture when this occurs, because if the result of the hearing is the recommendation that student is going to need to go to a different program, and the hearing letter goes out usually a week to 10 days. So is it that the student would go back to class for that week to 10 days if it takes that long for the hearing letter, but then the parents always have the right to appeal, and they would appeal that placement decision? And I guess that's my question. During the time of the appeal, would they go back to the classroom? And then where is in-school suspension and all the rest of that?
Could you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Okay. If the result of the hearing is that the student is going to have to go to another program, the behavior was pretty bad, and the parents obviously have the right to appeal, which then we hear that. So is that at the point where the hearing results in a recommendation to go to a different placement or program, and then the parents appeal it, is it at that point that the student goes back to class until the appeal is heard?
Yes. Yes, but if superintendents send the student back to regular classroom, then there will be no appeal, obviously, of that interim placement. But if the superintendent's decision, which will come through designee for most of the cases, almost all of the cases, at the conclusion of a hearing, hearings officer will be able to tell the family that your placement is going to be here. And if the parents want to appeal that, they can appeal to the three-member committee. And three-member committee will be, I expect, to meet on a weekly basis.
So this is, because we used to, any kind of appeal used to go to a three-member committee, and we met every week. So, that's okay. Oh, no, and years ago, we used to do 2 and 3 appeals a week. I know. Right, hopefully we're not. So even if the student major issue going to AIM and the student and the parents appeal that comes to us, and yes, that appeal can sometimes take time, you are assuming that the student would go back to class during the time of the appeal to the school board because the placement was recommended to be.
Yes. Three-member committee will only make an interim placement decision.
And so there would be a three-member committee for an interim placement. But there would still be an appeal before the entire board.
Correct.
As to
Correct. You know, an entire board, whole board could affirm hearings officer's decision, or could do something different. But that's the board's decision. Three-member committee is going to make a decision on the interim placement.
Okay. I'm a little skeptical about this, but I know the intention is good. We want to keep kids in school. I'm a little skeptical. I can picture the teacher that has had, huge issues and, for whatever reason, and the youngster is back in class, and then nothing too much is accomplished while the parents appeal it. I'm concerned about several more layers of complication, because then you're going to have documentation, whether or not they can go back to class right away, even though perhaps what they've done is difficult. And I guess the other question that I would have, do you anticipate this also by Virginia Code, where we can react to crimes committed in the community? Would you also see this as being a part of an investigation of crimes committed in the community?
Mr.
Chair, may I?
Mayor? Yes, and then I'd like Dr. Brabrand to have the opportunity to respond.
As far as Virginia code is concerned, we have to abide by the code requirements.
Right. Yes.
So we cannot change that throughout
I know.
SRNR. So that's going to remain intact.
Yes,
Your
but
concerns regarding classroom teachers seeing students returning after 2 weeks. So that is where the role of the principal is going to be important. Principal is going to have an opportunity, or through an assistant principal sometimes, a lot of times, at a hearing to tell hearings officer that return of the students right away is going to endanger well-being of others, whether it's other students or teachers or other people at the school. So then, hearings officer is going to give a due consideration of that and is going to make a decision. If the parents do not agree with the hearings officer's conclusion, then they can appeal to a three-member committee, and three-member committee, with whatever is available as of that point, can review that interim placement and make a decision. And as stated by my colleagues, that board member, three-member committee, will probably have to find an unreasonableness on the part of hearings officer, in order that decision to be reversed. I mean, that's how I see it. But this is the first year. I just want to see how this goes, and see. Hopefully, I'm being hopeful that this make a positive impact on our students and schools. If not,
Madam Chair, can I
you
call
know,
the question? I'd like to call the question.
Actually, I want to let Dr. Brabrand provide a response. Thank you, Ms. Schultz.
I actually, that's a call question.
No,
so
I
we
had actually already suggested that Dr. Brabrand would respond after Mr. Moon, so we're going to allow Dr. Brabrand to do that.
I just wanted to say to Ms. Strauss, there's 2 time periods. At the hearing until the superintendent letter comes out. That's the superintendent's call or my designee about whether that kid can come back, right? And the kid won't go back if it endangers the well-being of others, or as Ms. Evans' amendment, which has passed, there's a victim or victim at the schools. Once the letter's out, then if the parent wants to appeal, then the 3-person school board gets to decide what happens in that interim time before it ever gets to the final. So Mr. Moon's spirit is school board members going, gosh, it takes so many kids are out so long before the appeal comes to the full board. So you have to, this legal issue, we have to do it in there's 2 time periods. The period from the hearing to the superintendent's letter, that's my call. After my letter, until the full board hears the appeal, that's your call. And so a 3-member board can do that. And that's what he's proposing. As he said, this is not something that we have brought forward as part of our changes to the SR&R, but it's something that he has shared a concern about, and we've certainly worked with him to come up with something that if the board was going to go in this direction, that this is the cleanest and clearest. One thing I want the board to know that's a change if you follow along, I know it's late, but just to be clear, Mr. Moon's earlier amendment was only for parents who chose to appeal. This language now puts the opportunity in front of every kid. And you may remember during a work session, I told Mr. Moon, the person who appeals or doesn't, there's an equity piece there. This now lets the division superintendent, before we've made our decision, make that review for every kid that comes through the hearing office. So that made it more palatable, honestly, from an administration point of view.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Ms. Schultz has called the question. So with that,
You need a second, and we need 2/3.
and it's seconded by Ms. Palchik. All those in favor of the amended,
Calling the question.
calling the question, I'm sorry. Yes, on calling the question. Yes. And so that looks like it's unanimous. We will now go to the Janie, did you vote to call the question? Yes, she did.
We
I
only
saw
needed
her.
7.
Okay,
Okay, we're okay.
So now we're going to vote on the amended amendment. And I'm not going to read it. It's in front of us. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. The motion passes. Fantastic. Yes. Yes, there is. Yes. I call on Ms. Derenak Kofax for board liaison. No, it's on. For board liaison and committee assignments.
I move that the school board confirm committee liaisons and assignments as detailed in the agenda item.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Ms. Derenak Kofax, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra, would you like to speak to your second?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. And I don't see any lights on. So the motion before us is that the school board confirm committee liaisons and assignments as detailed in the agenda item. All those in favor? And that is unanimous with Mr. McElveen away from the table. Okay. I call on Ms. Hines for a motion on advisory committee charges.
I move that the school board approve the charges for 2019-2020 for the following school board citizen advisory committees: adult and community education, advanced academic programs, career and technical education, facilities planning advisory council, human resources, minority student achievement oversight, school health, students with disabilities, and Title I district advisory council as detailed in the agenda item.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Strauss. Ms. Hines, would you like to speak to your motion?
Only one thing I'd like to say there. Actually, it looks like there is no charge right now for the Students with Disabilities Committee, so I'm assuming that we will vote on that in September. We're waiting on that one. Okay. No, and then I would just like to thank all the folks who work on our advisory committees and staff for all of your hard work and for being willing to get these charges to the board a little bit early this year. So we had a chance to look at them and talk about them. And so that's all I have to say.
Ms. Strauss, would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
Okay. I see Mr. Wilson has his light on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just wanted to pull one item off the consent agenda, if I could. It's the individual serving on committees. Yeah.
Sir, we're not
I know we're not
getting
there yet. That's what that's
Okay,
why.
so we're going to go back to the amendment. Okay, thank you. The motion before us is on the advisory committee charges, and I will call for the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous with Ms. Keys-Gamarra away from the table. Now, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, if I could, pull the appointment of individuals to serve on committees. I had a name that I wanted to add to that list that I brought to the clerk's attention at the beginning of the meeting, and was just hoping to get that added to the list now, if I could.
Okay. So we will pull that out of the consent agenda. And what is the name? And you can add that as an amendment to the item?
That's right, Madam Chair. I'd move to amend the list of appointees to serve on committees to add the name of Michael Simons to serve on the Students with Disabilities Committee.
I'm sorry, which committee?
Students with Disabilities.
Oh, thank you very much. And do we have a second for that? Seconded by Ms. Evans. All those in favor of amending that agenda? Okay. That's unanimous. So that motion passes. So now I will go to the rest of our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure. Robert's Rules provides for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. Item 6.01, approve the minutes of May 23rd, June 13th, June 20th, and July 11th. Item 6.02, approve the fiscal year 20 audit plan. Item 6.03, accept the Virginia Department of Education designation of Fairfax County Public Schools as the Governor's Regional School for Science and Technology in Northern Virginia for 2019-2020. Item 6.04, confirm the separations for the period beginning June 1, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2019. Item 6.05, confirm the appointments and separations for the period beginning April 1, 2019 and ending June 30th, 2019. Item 6.06, appoint the individuals to serve on committees as amended on the detailed agenda item. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Having and seeing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. I now call on Dr. Brabrand for superintendent matters.
Thank you, Chairman Corbett Sanders. Just briefly, we're looking forward to our kickoff for the next school year, believe it or not. I know you all are wrapping up your board year, but administration is getting ready to start our annual leadership conference at George Mason. It'll be our 39th year for the event. We bring over 2,000 education leaders together, as well as our FCPS partners and supporters. This year, we're going to be focusing on the how of our strategic plan, what we're calling our theory of action, and the why we are doing what we do. I look forward to seeing our board members there. I want you to know we have some special guests that are coming. Chairman Bulova, we invite her every year, of course, but she is going to come and make remarks on what is her final year as chair of the Board of Supervisors. Secretary Carney is coming from the Virginia Department of Education, our education secretary from the governor's office. And For the first time in over 20 years, our former FCPS superintendent, Dr. Dan Dominich, is going to be joining us for the conference. So we're excited to have him come, and it worked out on the calendar. So we're hopeful that you'll be able to come. Also next week, on Thursday, we have our summer school graduation at Justice High School. I'll be there, as well as many of our administrators from all of our schools that make up Fairfax County. Hope many of you can come, and it'll be an inspiring time to watch the graduation of our students, our remaining students from the class of 2019, and we'll be preparing for next year's class of 2020. So that's it, and we look forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Next on the agenda is board reports, and I call on Ms. Strauss for an audit committee update and Ms. Derenak-Kofax for, there's no forum tonight, so it'll just be Ms. Strauss for an audit committee
Thank
update.
you. We had an audit committee meeting yesterday. We had an update on inquiries that come through the hotline. There have been 24 inquiries for the entire last year. 22 are closed. 2 have just come in, and are in process of being taken care of. There's an update on audit recommendations from previous audit reports, and all have either been accepted or in process, and a couple are resource dependent. There was an update on audit engagements. Everything is on track. Of course, during the summertime, the school activity, the audits of school activity funds are a major activity. And we met our 2 summer interns, very nice young people who are studying to be accountants. And we did have a closed session to discuss those audit report issues that are appropriate for a closed session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Strauss. Next on the agenda is board matters, and I call on you again, Ms. Strauss.
The lateness of the hour. Thank you all very much. Good luck with the beginning of the school year again with the event on July 31st. Thanks.
Ms. Schultz.
Just a happy send-off to college in the next month for all of our FCPS grads. Good night.
Ms. Hines.
I will pass, thank you.
Ms. Palchik.
Just want to welcome our newest principal, Ms. Lauren Badini at Grand Road Elementary School. Very excited to have her on board. And we'll have a few more, hopefully, appointments for principals in our Region 2 this summer, and a restful summer to all. Thank you.
Mr. McElveen.
I just want to publicly thank Ms. Hines and Ms. Strauss for ferrying me around several times over the past couple of months. I have successfully run 3 miles both yesterday and today, and so I am on the mend, so thank you all.
Ms. Derenak-Kofax.
Glad to hear that, Mr. McElveen. Just to all my colleagues, thank you for staying here till 12:20 and beyond, and you deserve the next 3 weeks off.
Mr. Moon.
I yield my time to Superintendent.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Have a wonderful summer.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. And colleagues, we broke new ground tonight and went the distance. Everyone should enjoy their holiday, and look forward to seeing everybody rested and restored at the end of the break.
Ms. Evans.
Have a happy summer, everybody.
Thank you. And before we adjourn, I do want to just make a couple of comments regarding our meeting earlier this week that has received quite a bit of attention in the community. And just want to clarify that there has been some misinformation circulating in the community and in the media regarding the school board's ongoing discussions around our boundary policy, 8130. The school board's work session on Monday, July 22nd, was the 4th meeting the board has held to discuss the policy. All of the meetings have been advertised and open to the public. This past Monday's discussion was delayed to allow staff time to set up an overflow room to accommodate the community members. The review of the boundary policy was initiated because of the issue of overcrowding at several schools and the reliance on trailers, over 700 of them across the county, to manage overcrowding. A recognition that the current level of bond funding to support renovations and construction is not sufficient to address overcapacity in a timely manner, and that the current boundary policy has not had a comprehensive review since the 1980s. FCPS staff presented a draft policy in which capacity surplus or deficit of an existing school was listed as a reason to revise school boundaries. The board's boundary policy meetings have not included any discussion about any specific boundary changes. The school board has not discussed nor recommended crosstown busing students to other schools outside of their communities in the boundary policy review. Crosstown busing is not an option under consideration for the policy. It should be noted that the current policy includes the consideration of walking and busing routes, busing times, and cost. FCPS provides transportation services, buses, for 110,000 students every day to and from their neighborhood schools or to special programs away from their base schools. The board is not planning to decide on a new boundary policy in September, and the board has requested the superintendent to hire an outside consultant to work with the board to identify best practices and engage the community in the discussion. The board has also requested the superintendent to identify hot areas that are not included in the current FCPS capital improvement program, but may need a boundary adjustment. I wanted everybody to understand exactly where we're at on this and to make it very clear. And with that, I do wish everybody a very happy August. Enjoy the time off, and this meeting is adjourned.
I have, Madam Chair, sorry, I just have one last thing, a little summer reading. It's kind of neat. We have a Fairfax County graduate who graduated from George C. Marshall. His name is Chris DiCarlo. He's the father of 5 teens between the ages of 12 and 19, I think. And he has written a book called What Now? The Teen Handbook, an Uncensored Guide to School and Life. And it's available at whatnowteens.com. It's a wonderful potential resource for not only teens but parents as a summer read. So that's your last word for tonight, the good word.